Tonight, Kansas Speedway gets a primetime spotlight as their scheduled May event goes green on a Thursday in July. But that's not the only thing that makes this midweek Midwestern show unique. Instead of batting cleanup, the big names of the Cup Series are leading off. And not many weeks left to find victory lane before the playoffs begin.
Can Cole Custer hold off Martin Truex Jr.? The answer is yes. Cole Custer will clinch his first Cup victory here at Kentucky Speedway. For the second week in a row, it's Upset City, a rootin' tootin' Texas win for Austin Dillon.
Kansas is a good one to go out and see what you got when it comes to speed, because it is a speed track.
To me, Kansas feels like such a top dominant racetrack.
Kansas is one of those challenging mile and a half.
It's always been a wild mile and a half. It's always been some carnage, some chaos that is unexpected.
I really enjoy Kansas, and I've had some rough days in Kansas.
Lap after lap after lap. Whoa, what in the hell? All hell breaks loose.
That's what's cool for me about Kansas is just the opportunities that place has and the racing that it puts on.
Denny Hamlin is headed to victory lane. He will celebrate right now for the crowd here at Kansas.
We're excited to go back there and build upon what we won with last year.
Welcome to NASCAR America, presented by Progressive. Hot and humid, just the way it is in America's heartland in the summer. Even a night race brings the heat. And all around the country, sports are coming back. NASCAR racing paved the way with its return months ago, and those races have found their way to interesting places on the calendar. I'm not sure what your usual Thursday routine is, but we know it does not usually include NASCAR racing. Here with Kyle Petty and Hall of Famer Dale Jarrett from our studios in Charlotte, North Carolina. KP, the car may not know what day of the week it is, but I'm guessing the teams do. The fourth race in 12 days.
Fourth race in 12 days, but let me say that my usual Thursday night is Real Housewives of New York and Andy Cohen's Watch Happens Live. That's my Thursday night, so this NASCAR thing has me messed up a little bit. But as you look at this, fourth race in 12 days, these guys, the guys back at the shop turning these cars around, getting these cars ready, they are working their fingers to the bone. But what concerns me is last week, it was 140 plus degrees in these cars. 2 or 3 days to recover for these drivers. It's tough on a driver.
Yeah, and even though this might be somewhat of a night race, it's really not going to cool off before it gets to the end of this race. So they've got another tough night ahead of them. Kyle, you remember when we were growing up and wanting to drive race cars and we said, all we want to do is race? Well, these drivers, be careful what you wish for, because it may come true. Talk about all the miles that they've raced during this very hot summer. But one thing they're not going to have to worry about in this crazy 2020 world that we live in, there's been many things that we didn't think we'd ever have to go through, but the drivers aren't going to have to practice or qualify anymore for the rest of 2020. So that'll make probably a few that are being pretty successful at this way happy. Some others maybe not so much so, Krista.
Well, if you're keeping track at home, Real Housewives and Watch What Happens Live, Kyle has been on one of those shows. For the second week in a row, the winner came from below the playoff cut line. That means new names in yellow on our playoff standings. It also means less seats for those without a ticket in hand. Austin Dillon is heading to the postseason with the win last week. That race that was dominated by Ryan Blaney, who swept both stages before a late race yellow. He's had fast cars this summer. Will luck be on his side tonight? Kelly Stavist is with him in Kansas.
Yeah, and Krista, I think it's kind of surprising when you look at those playoff standings. 8 playoff points for Ryan Blaney, but just the one win. And Ryan, as we were just talking about how dominant you were just last week alone, 150 laps led. But really, over the last several weeks, you look like you've had a car that could win at any given moment. What more is it going to take to get back to victory lane?
As things going our way. Yeah, you know, we were so strong at Texas, leading a bunch of laps, like you said, and just that caution fell at the wrong time for us. And there's another group of cars on a different strategy, and that really bit us. But, you know, that's racing. That's what happens. And sometimes they work out for you, sometimes they don't. But the good thing is our car's been really fast, you know, recently for sure. Todd Gordon and that whole 12 group's done a great job preparing each and every weekend. And, you know, coming to another mile and a half, our mile and a half program has been really strong lately across, you know, the board in Team Penske and the 21 car. So hopefully we can, you know, finally get that second win of the season today. Like I said, if we just keep it up and just stay in the race all day, hopefully we'll have a shot at the end.
6 straight top 10s on mile and a half. So a lot of those were top 3s. But I just want to go quickly to the schedule. This will be 4 races in 12 days, and they've been less than ideal conditions with this heat and humidity. What's it been like as a driver going through this stretch?
It's been fine. You know, personally, it's been. I really haven't had a tough time. I'd rather be 110 degrees than raining. So I don't care how hot it is, as long as the sun's out and the track's dry, I'll be happy. So, but it is nice, you know, having, you know, all these races in such a short amount of days. It's great for, you know, for us, for racing more, and for the fans, for people to watch on TV. It's just we're still making up races here, and it's been nice to run more and more, because I think you ask any racer, they want to race every day. Sure. It's a lot of work on the teams, you know, trying to turn all these cars around, but I think it's really good. And so we'll just, like I said, it's 4th race in 12 days, so we'll see if we can cap it off tonight in our Dex Imaging Ford Mustang.
And Krista, I guess the silver lining to a Thursday night race, these guys will actually get a weekend off here, which I'm sure they're all looking forward to.
Yeah, a couple of bonus days for sure. And talking about Ryan Blaney, Dale, I mean, he has wins, but he's also led so many laps in so many races where he doesn't have wins to show for those events.
Yeah, and it can become a little bit frustrating as a driver. You know, the good thing is he's really not making mistakes that are keeping them from not winning these races. It's just circumstances, and sometimes things happen like last weekend. There's just nothing you can do about that. So you just keep battling. The great thing is there's nothing better than having a fast race car as a driver, and you know that eventually you're going to go to victory lane. And if y'all stick around, one of us here may even pick him to win this race tonight. We'll see. But KP, there's another driver that's been leading a lot from the front, yes. Not getting to victory lane either.
Yeah, Eric Almirola. These two guys have had speed, and that's good. You want that. They have led 17% of all the laps that we've run since we've come back at Darlington. But you know what? They've only got 1 trophy to show for it. And I think both these guys have to step it up just a little bit. Whatever the mistakes are happening, whatever's going on, when you lead 17% of the laps, you need more trophies in your trophy case to show that you led those laps.
Yeah, they definitely do not want to be dust in the wind in Kansas. I do it every year, don't I? Oh, there's nothing. Still ahead. All right, I got more. We're going to carry on, Wayward Son. All right, that's it, I promise. Marty Snyder is not in Kansas this week, so how is he more connected to the track than the 3 of us here? And what does it have to do with Austin Dillon's win last week? We will show you. Brad Keselowski's comments on Quinn Houff have set off quite a debate. We'll review what happened and discuss what, if anything, needs to be done. And Rutledge Wood catches up with one of the sport's newest celebrity fans, Super Bowl champion Bernard Pollard. NASCAR America is brought to you by Progressive. Stay on track with great rates at Progressive.com. It's not too late to start playing NASCAR Fantasy Live. Create an entry, join a league today for your chance to win a $10,000 cash prize for the best overall score. Visit NASCAR.com/fantasy to get started. And today's Progressive Safe driver may have turned some fantasy rosters upside down last week. Austin Dillon became the 10th driver to enter this year's playoffs with a win last Sunday at Texas. And Dillon's fans, well, they shared their excitement on social media. Look at this. Love that. And they included his wife, Whitney, and their newborn son, Ace, watching from home. Excited, Dillon held off teammate Tyler Reddick in a 2-lap dash to the finish for his 3rd career Cup win. Austin Dillon also continued a season-long trend with his victory in Texas. All 7 races on mile-and-a-half tracks this season have been won by different drivers, and you can make it 8 if you go back to Homestead last year. That sets up for a night of unpredictability. Another big story coming out of Texas, Quinn Houff causing a wreck while trying to pit with less than 30 laps to go. So here's what transpired last week. Now, Houff accepted the blame and tweeted a photo showing that his mirror had fallen off earlier in the race. But Brad Keselowski voiced his opinion, saying, I would like to see drivers be able to graduate into this level, and equally, I'd like to see them be able to be removed from this level when they have repeated issues. So let's discuss. Kyle, I guess, which side of the fence are you on, and how do you want to start this discussion?
Listen, I shouldn't even have a horse in this race. When I started, I ran an ARCA race at Daytona and then started running Cup cars. I had no racing experience at all. And I want to take Quinn Houff out of this. This is not about him as an individual driver. This is not about that. I think what Brad's comment says is a broader scope and a broader view of the sport is we need a system where drivers come up into the upper echelon, which is Cup racing, and they can be sent back down if the sanctioned body deems that they need to be sent back down. I will say in this case, you can post all the photos you want to of no mirror. But the point is, you learn to pit from the bottom lane at your local go-kart track, okay? That's what drivers do. There is no excuse for what happened, no matter who the driver was. And don't blame it on the spotter. You're the one that's sitting in that car driving and hanging onto that steering wheel. And that's what Brad's saying. Let's put it back on the drivers. Let them come up through the system. Let them learn how to race. Let them understand the etiquette, how you're supposed to race. And we won't have these cases. And we'll be able to send the driver back down. So I have to say, in this case, I do agree. And I think there's a lot of validity in what Brad says.
Yeah, and I asked NASCAR about this. Exactly what is the criteria of these drivers coming up? And it's always been pretty lax. But Brad Bodine does a good job of evaluating these drivers and will continue to do that. I think that they may look at more experience before they're able to drive a Cup car. So all of that being said, frustrated drivers like Brad was on Sunday when their strategy was thrown out the window with that caution. He probably doesn't think back maybe to the time that happened and he didn't really realize it and he went on to win the race or something. You don't think about those times. But, you know, the main thing is NASCAR getting the right people on the track in these cars.
Okay, a bus clipped my Tercel in college, by the way. So, I mean, I do have a horse in this fight, I guess. Okay, let's go on the clock. Is that the place to talk about that? Okay, let's go on the clock. Kyle, you're up first. Who do you have your eye on?
Tyler Reddick, talked to him this week, said, man, you got to be excited coming off of a big race. And it was like, nope, that's the way I should run. That's the way I expect to run. He's had 3 top 10s in the last 3 races, and we're right in his wheelhouse at another 1.5 mile racetrack.
Yeah, and I'm going to start with Kyle Busch. Things haven't gone as well as he wanted to start this year. And this racetrack wasn't one of his favorites to begin with. But over the last 10 races, he only has 1 finish outside of the top 10 at this track. He's certainly going to win this year. Not sure that it's going to be tonight, but I think that we will see him continue to become more competitive through these races.
Okay, well, there you see the car of his older brother, Kurt. You know, 3 drivers have been in every Kansas race. They are Kevin Harvick, Ryan Newman, and Kurt Busch. But Kurt is the only one of the 3 who hasn't won at this track. Could tonight be his night? He starts 9th.
Okay, I got the next one. I got John Hunter Nemechek, another rookie in the chase and another rookie in the battle here for Rookie of the Year. Got his first win at Kansas in an Xfinity car in 2018 driving for Ganassi. When you go back to a racetrack where you've won at, where you've got your first win, you walk with a little pep in your step. He has been a pleasant surprise for me in the rookie battle this year.
All right, well, my next driver is a driver that got his first win in the Xfinity a year before that in 2017 at Kansas. Christopher Bell has done a great job. The thing that he's had a tough time this year is putting back-to-back races together and getting good finishes with that. Well, he finished 21st at Kentucky, so this is an on week. Look for him to be really good here tonight.
Okay, well, my drivers won the championship in the Xfinity Series. He's 2 points below the cut line. William Byron needs a win, not an all-star stage win, not an iRacing win. And his crew chief, Chad Knaus, not at the track. Chad is at home with his wife, Brooke, awaiting the birth of their second child. They know they're having a little girl. Keith Rodden, a former crew chief, will take Knaus's place. Byron finished 5th at Kansas last fall.
All right, my next driver is Ryan Preece, and let me just say this. Jimmy Johnson has 4 of these. Brad Keselowski has 0 of these. My man Ryan Preece has 3 of these in the last 3 races. He's finished dead last. They've got to do something to right the ship at JTG and get him to finish a race.
Oh, yeah. Well, Eric Jones is one of those drivers that we talk about all the potential. He's got 4 top 7 finishes in the last 4 races at Kansas, but he sits 19th in the playoff standings right now, minus 24 to Jimmy Johnson in that 16th spot. He's got to start making things happen quickly. This young man's under a lot of pressure, but he has plenty of talent.
Well, Michael McDowell starts back in 27th. So why am I talking about him for this race? Love what he is doing for charity. After the all-star crash with he and Bubba Wallace left the 43 bumper on Michael McDowell's hauler. Michael McDowell said, we're going to raise money for charity. That auction is still up. Just a couple more days. The bidding over $16,000 trying to raise money for Motor Racing Outreach, a great Christian-based organization that has served NASCAR for over 30 years. So just some names, some cars to watch tonight on the clock. You know, NASCAR has been gaining new fans since its return to action. One of them just got his iRacing license to go along with his Super Bowl ring. Rutledge Wood is joined by former NFL star Bernard Pollard next. NASCAR America is brought to you by Progressive. Stay on track with great rates at progressive.com.
Hey.
Welcome back. Okay, Kyle Dale, listen up. How can you turn a thirsty Thursday race into Thirsty Thursday? Do you know?
No, we're listening.
I'm going to tell you, Busch is giving away a case worth of beer every single lap of today's race, all 267 laps. Tweet hashtag Busch Light Apple and hashtag sweepstakes during every lap tonight for your chance to win. How about that? Thirsty Thursday.
That's huge,
during his
man.
9-year
That's
career.
huge.
I know. That's going to be big. During his 9-year career in the NFL, Bernard Pollard won a Super Bowl title with the Baltimore Ravens and earned a reputation as one of the league's hardest hitters. But more recently, Bernard has been enjoying his newfound love of NASCAR. Earlier this week, he spoke with Rutledge Wood about it.
Bernard, I know you're new to the sport of NASCAR. What was it that really turned you on to this sport?
Well, I think, after seeing the clip of Bubba Wallace, I mean, I'll be honest, I did not know that there were black drivers. So I said, you know what, I'm going to give this a try to learn because I played football for so long. And when I just sat down and watched, I was blown away and I'm hooked.
Is there a part of you that sees some of yourself in Bubba Wallace and understanding kind of where he is and what he's been through as a professional athlete?
It's crazy because I was the type of player where I spoke up against what wasn't right. And I think when you look at that, a lot of times you get backlash for that. You're putting yourself out there. And so what Bubba is doing, he stood up and said, you know what, let's make change. And I think by him doing that took heart. And the coolest thing for me to see, just the racers and the crews just rally behind him. Now, I asked a lot of people, I was just like, was that real? They go, Bernard, that was so real. And that made me feel so good. And you obviously see the direction that NASCAR is going. And that's the exciting part for me because you see they're trying to make change. They want everybody to feel welcome. They're banning flags. All of this stuff is happening. And I'm gonna be honest with you. You see more black people talking about NASCAR. You see more black people talking about racing. Shoot, I'm a black person that never gave it a chance. And now I'm looking like I'm hyped. I'm so excited about it. And because I see the heart behind it. And it's not fake. And I tell a lot of people it's not fake. And I love that, man.
Absolutely. And it's cool to see that kind of spark of a true fan in you that comes out, especially on Twitter.
The fans, first and foremost, they've been a blessing. They've been welcoming. It's been so awesome. It's been completely opposite of what, growing up and hearing, even to today, of what NASCAR fans are, what they're like. You have that small few that want to act the fool and say things to that. But, man, the fans have been crazy. They've had my back. Look, Rutledge, I'm having a blast.
Being the athlete that you are you able to really appreciate this sport for the athleticism that it takes?
Oh, I can. I think that's where I'm blown away at. I thought these guys just go around the track. They, press the pedal or whatever it may be, and they're just going fast. And it's just about whoever wins. But after watching races, you see strategy. When to pit, when not to pit, how many tires to change, when to get gas. Watching this from beginning to end, and I have to watch it from beginning to end so I can gain a better understanding. And I think that's where my appreciation came because I just watch every single driver, and it's been awesome.
I mean, as a Super Bowl champ, as the Patriots killer, you were named, you've squared up against some of the greatest because you are one of the greatest. You were the one that people were scared of. Can you imagine what it would be like to climb over that pit road and have a 4,300-pound monster coming towards you?
You know what? I can't. I can't imagine it. Everybody keeps saying, Bernard, you got to go for a ride along. And I'm looking like I'm good watching on TV. I can stay at a distance. You know what I mean? Like, because I told people, I'm that dude that when that engine rev, I might scream. And it might be an accidental scream, but it's going to sound weird. And I don't want that over my head.
What's been your favorite part about watching NASCAR and getting to know the sport better?
You hear racers, analysts, they look like, man, he's pissed off. And I'm looking like, let's go. Because that's my favorite word. And so, I mean, just seeing that, I appreciate the frustration. I appreciate the drive to want to win. And these guys are fighting because they care. Like, they freaking care. You bump me, knock me off from winning or placing or whatever it may be, I'm going to approach you. And when I approach you, it's going to go down. After that, cool. That's all me, man. I love it.
I love that you've become such a big NASCAR fan. You mentioned your rig is behind you in the office. You started racing in iRacing. Tell us a little bit about that adventure and what was it that said, you know what, I got to try this.
I know I'm a scaredy cat. I'm not getting in the real car going this fast. So the only other thing to do is to get a rig.
18.
I'm 18?
Yeah, that ain't bad.
How many people in the race?
18.
And that's where I'm so proud now, where we have 4 children, 2 boys, 2 girls, and my daughters, my sons are sitting down there watching. My daughter, like, Dad, can I race? And I'm like, yeah, like, because that was never, you know, I was never, you know, allowed that. You know what I mean? So me being able to do that for my kids is just, is crazy.
I can't wait to take you to a race and get you on pit road. That's what I'm excited about.
And look, I just told you, man, we're going to stay in the stands high up. Yeah,
you don't have to change tires, but to see it 5 feet away, man, it is life-changing.
I heard it's loud. Look, I'm the dummy where somebody said take earphones, and I'm looking like, okay, I got some Beats by Dre, and they look like, no, Bernard. I'm like, you know, those are the things you probably shouldn't say out loud.
I can help you. I can help you with that.
Well,
I still mostly can hear out of this ear. This one's a little too shaky, but we'll get you set up, man. We'll take care of you.
Let's get it, baby.
That excitement is contagious, man. I'm ready to watch a race right now after listening to him. But what I liked, he said this sport has heart. Dale and I knew this sport had heart. We believe in this sport. We love this sport. This is the positive part of what this sport is right now, bringing new eyes to the sport and creating fans. And that's what it's all about right now. And he is a huge fan. You can tell it.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people, and we've been included in meetings where we're trying to decide how do we go about including everyone in our sport, because we want everybody to be a part of it. Bernard Pollard is the person that we need and be a spokesperson for NASCAR, because that was fantastic. Glad he's a fan.
Well, you can check out the extended version of Rutledge and Bernard on our Motorsports on NBC YouTube channel. Start of the summer, he didn't even watch. Now he's iRacing. Gotta love it. Coming up, we'll bring Dale Jr. into the conversation. What is Jr. fired up about on this Thursday night?
Kansas has actually become one of the best 1.5 miles that we go to.
This is a fun racetrack. You got to have a car that's got some speed in it, but you still have to handle good.
It's just a really enjoyable racetrack to run on, and it's one of those racetracks that we can kind of slip and slide our car around, and we enjoy that.
It's really wide and it's really fun. You can run anywhere from the bottom all the way to the top, which you can't do everywhere.
Kansas is one of those challenging 1.5 miles because of the amount of grooves that you can choose and still have good speed.
That makes it fun. For us as drivers, we like to have options to be able to move around the racetrack. Because of that, you know, we can drive the race car, and as a driver, that's what you want.
Welcome to Countdown to Green, presented by Sonic. It's a primetime special midweek in the Midwest NASCAR Cup Series racing at Kansas. It's been just 4 days since the last event. In fact, this marks the 4th race in 12 days for these teams. It's a grueling schedule in the summer heat tonight. They'll start in the sun and finish under the lights. Let's take a look at what's on the menu, presented by Sonic. Kevin Harvick starts from the pole tonight. It's the first time he will lead the field to green this season. And after finishing no better than 12th over the last 3 races, Denny Hamlin is trying to rebound at the track where he scored a playoff win last fall. Another driver who's been hot at Kansas is Chase Elliott. He has finished 4th or better in his last 3 races there, including a playoff win in 2018. Those 3 drivers, Harvick, Hamlin, and Elliott, have already locked into the playoffs with wins. You see the names in yellow. 10 winners on the season, including 2 guys who jumped into the playoff mix the last 2 weeks. So what will we see tonight? Dale Earnhardt Jr., let's bring him into the conversation. He is in the broadcast booth getting ready to call tonight's race. Dale, racing under the lights on a Thursday night, what has you fired up?
Well, that battle for the bubble spot in the playoffs is really polarizing. And with Austin Dillon, Cole Custer, those guys kind of sneaking in there and getting a win and locking themselves in. It's just really made it interesting, and I think it's brought the urgency up for those guys that are around that bubble to do well, get some points, and try to get themselves out of that situation they're in. But that's going to be fun to sort of pay attention to that going forward. But talking about tonight, this is such a fun racetrack. I love running here. Anywhere where you can move around, it makes it so much more fun as a race car driver, because a lot of the tracks we go to, some of them are one groove, you know, and you kind of have to find out a way to make your car work in that one single area. And if your car's not handling well, there's nothing else you can do but wait on your team to try to improve it. But at a track like Kansas, if your car's not working well on the bottom, you can move around. You can find speed either in the middle of the racetrack or right up against that wall. And when you can get that car working on the fence, you come off the corner, it's like you got 100 more horsepower than the guy that ran the bottom. There's nothing that he can do to try to block you from attempting that pass.
Okay, you talk about being able to run all over the racetrack. No PJ1 in the conversation this week. It's an open racetrack. And you talk about running up next to the wall. My dad always ran up next to the wall in case he cut a tire or he broke apart. He said he didn't have as far to go to hit it. And that was the era he grew up in. But now that's where the speed is. What's it like to go in up there and ride on that cushion?
Yeah, you know, it took a long time for me to really understand how to maximize my speed up there. And a lot of guys, they don't enter on the wall. They actually kind of enter a car length lower and kind of get up against the fence in the center of the corner. That works, but really, to really maximize your speed on the top of the racetrack, you have to enter against the wall or as close as you possibly can and open up that entry. You're trying to get to the gas as soon as you can, sooner than the guy on the bottom. And you're trying to be in the gas more through the rest of the corner to finish the exit, and you're really going to be coming off of the corner maybe 5, even 10 mile an hour faster than the guy that ran the bottom. It's a lot of fun when you can hit it right. You know, you just feel like Superman, to be honest with you, because you just mow guys down. But the thing about it is, Kyle, long time ago, there only were a few of us that knew how to run the top. Now it seems like that everybody has really gotten it figured out. And this is a very top dominant racetrack, especially down in turns 1 and 2. The bottom's going to be there for guys, especially late in the race, but the top is really dominant in 1 and 2. 3 and 4 of those pretty wide open. I think you'll see guys run the middle, the bottom, the top all night long. And like I said, as it gets later in the race, and I know it's going to be hot, but the track does cool down just a little bit when the sun goes down. That bottom groove's going to be a place where guys are going to be able to find speed, especially on the short run.
Junior, you talk about running that top and liking to do it, and we always remember you being one of the first to go up there and try it at these racetracks. So kind of two-part. How difficult is it to remember your points where you let off, and how much does that change entering the corner? And then the other side of it, is there a downside to being that first car and first driver up there?
Yeah, you know, you're going up there and putting your car in a clean racetrack, and typically these racetracks are going to eat the tires up until you start to rubber the track in. So if you're the first car up there, you're abusing your tires more than anyone else. I always kind of like to wait on someone else to go up there, or I learned, I guess, later in my career to wait on someone else to go up there, put the rubber down, then I would go up there and find the speed I was looking for. I had some tire issues, you know, by going up there too early and really pressuring my car and abusing those tires. So it's probably smart to wait until you start to see guys laying rubber down in that high groove. It's hard to be patient, though, because you know that there's at least 2 or 3 tenths up there. And, you know, as you're running up there all night long, you got to be willing to change that up. All right, if you go up there early in the race while the sun's still out or it's still light out and there's great speed, don't lock in on that. Because late in this race, man, you got to be able to move around. You're going to be able to have to fire off on the inside on restarts and run that lower groove for a few laps. So, get back down there at some points in the race to kind of see where your car is, because the balance is extremely different running the bottom versus the top.
Well, I hope drivers were listening, because Dale Jr. just gave you a whole lot of ways to maximize Kansas. Good stuff. And they said the playoff picture is polarizing. You guys know I like puns, but I like alliteration too. So I hope those drivers were listening. Coming up, Jimmie Johnson is a 3-time winner at Kansas. Boy, could he use a 4th tonight. The 7-time champ is on the playoff bubble. We're going to hear from him next on Countdown to Green. Countdown to Green is brought to you by the Lemon Berry Slush Float for $2.99 only for a limited time at Sonic.
I am the one, back with a full throttle and roar. intersection of chaos, karma, love, legacy, family, and flag. I am the place where we can be as one, united from the four corners of our beloved sport, back with one thunderous return. I am ready for you if you are ready for me. I am NASCAR.
Countdown to Green is brought to you by the Lemon Berry Slush Float. Just $2.99 for a medium. When life gives you lemonade slush, add real ice cream, more slush, and plenty of strawberries. Sip it and savor it this summer, only for a limited time at Sonic.
What Olympic sport do you feel like you do the best in?
I'd have to go with archery. I'm slow. I'm old. I can't jump. I'm not sure I would do well in it, but I did swim in high school. There's new ones.
Yeah, there's skateboarding, there's surfing.
Not that.
Freestyle BMX.
Not that. Ping pong.
How are you at speed walking?
Now that I could probably hop on board with. You know, I actually think that would be my best chance. Yeah.
You're pretty good.
Doing the shimmy.
Yeah, because you can't.
You have to heel toe.
We are exactly 1 year away, 1 year from today, till the start of the Tokyo Olympics. There is Tokyo, Japan right there, looking forward to the 2020 Olympics in 2021. And one of them is a triathlete, one of them is not. Parker Kligerman is with Jimmie Johnson.
Wait a second. Who are you talking about?
Sorry, Parker.
I like to do a couple sports. You know, I drive multiple race cars, but speaking of which, a guy who's driven a lot of race cars and very successfully is Jimmie Johnson, 7-time champion. But the last few weeks have been incredibly tough. You're now on the playoff bubble. What is the mentality heading into tonight on that bubble?
Yeah, what a year 2020 has been. I mean, to start the year so strong and then to come out of the lockdown and get back going and some missed opportunities along the way. And then, the biggest issue is missing the Brickyard 400 due to my positive test for COVID-19. So we still got some races left. Clearly, we can win our way in, and I think we've had speed on some of these mile-and-a-halfs to do so. And it wouldn't be a better place than here tonight to pull that off. So I know my team's excited. We've definitely been competitive enough to win. It's just getting to the finish line.
And we mentioned your team there. They've struggled as well right now. Does that worry you at all, seeing some of your teammates there struggle for speed as of late in the last couple weeks compared to where you guys maybe were 4 or 5 weeks ago?
Yeah, it's not what we anticipated, happening, especially the way we started the year. But when you look at all the challenges put on organizations and teams, and our crew chiefs really haven't had a chance to be in the shop due to our compartmentalizing and social distancing, there's just a lot of challenges that we weren't expecting. But we as a group need to do a better job working with those challenges and bring some faster cars to the track. And I can say the last couple weeks I have had those cars. I just haven't got the car to the finish line.
Well, Krista, he's got one trick up his sleeve. He actually doused himself completely with water before coming out here. He's dripping wet, but that keeps him cool, I hear. So I might try that in the future.
The secrets. All right, thank you very much. And in my defense, I never said which one was the triathlete, by the way, between Parker and Jimmie. But Dale, no question. I mean, Jimmie Johnson, there's got to be some strategy here for him in these next 8 races.
Yeah, and I think the strategy is putting Jimmie Johnson in a place getting ready for the end of the race. We know what he can do with a race car. Sometimes drivers press a little bit whenever they know that they have lost a little bit of that speed to the competition. The talent is still there to make this happen, but they have to give Jimmie Johnson the car and the opportunity at the end of these races to get that victory that they need to secure that spot in that top 16.
Yeah, this is a team sport. They've got to give him a little bit of support to get him to that point in the race. And not only Jimmie, they have to do it with Byron, they have to do it with Bowman, and they have to do it with Chase. For Hendrick Motorsports to get back where we know they should be, collectively, as Jimmie said, they've got to take advantage of the assets that they have.
Okay, well, we will see what happens tonight with Jimmie Johnson and Hendrick drivers. Last week's winning race organization, Richard Childress Racing in Welcome, North Carolina, located 1,000 miles from the Kansas Speedway. But that's where we find Marty Snyder. Marty, what's going on there at RCR?
Yeah, Krista, how did a room in Welcome, North Carolina at RCR headquarters, this is the command center, how did this room help Austin Dillon win last week at Texas Motor Speedway? We'll tell you all about it, and we'll give you a little sneak peek behind the curtain here at the command center at RCR when we continue with NASCAR America.
A rookie is going to win Kentucky. Can you believe it?
Holy, that was the best car I've ever driven. Hell yeah!
Austin Dillon gets the win.
Let's go!
The thing that shakes it up the most is when another driver wins that was outside that top 16.
It's been an ugly lap or so.
His opportunity to try to win today is over.
13 drove in way too hard. Just watch out. Right front suspension kills.
This really changes the battle around that final playoff position.
That was 4 days ago, the win for Austin Dillon and Richard Childress Racing. So let's go now to Marty Snyder, who is following proper protocols. And Marty, in essence, you're behind the secret door at RCR.
It's amazing, Krista. We're in the command center run by Dr. Eric Warren here at Richard Childress Racing, and it's incredible to see all that goes on here. To give you a sense of the room, it's two-tiered, 10 engineer stations. You see the 6 monitors behind me, and when I say every piece of information coming from the racetrack is on those monitors, I mean every piece of information. In fact, it allowed Justin Alexander last week to not only make the call to take 2 tires at the end of the race and get Austin Dillon the win, it told him take left side tires. It told Randall Burnett, the crew chief for Tyler Reddick, do fuel only on the final 2 stops, and it worked out for RCR with a 1-2 finish. But maybe the coolest thing about all this software that RCR has, it runs ahead in the race and tells the crew chiefs what they should do in terms of pit stop strategy, is over the 5 years that they've had it, it's built a database with every driver in the field, every crew chief on pit road, and every pit crew on pit road, Krista. So it will literally tell the crew chiefs on pit road, here's what you normally would do in this situation. Maybe you should think about this to do something different. So yeah, we're going to show you the command center tonight. We want to thank everyone here at Richard Childress Racing for welcoming us in, and we'll show you all that we can show you. Can't show you everything, but we'll show you what we can show you, Krista.
That is so cool. Marty's going to be there throughout the race, taking fans basically somewhere they've never been before. Well, Richard Childress gave Kansas native Clint Bowyer his big break in NASCAR. Now Clint, who races for Tony Stewart's team, is hoping to win at his home track. We'll talk about him coming up next. Countdown to Green is brought to you by the Lemon Berry Slush Float for $2.99 only for a limited time at Sonic. The official app of NASCAR puts race coverage and live in-car cameras at your fingertips. Unlock premium content today with a free trial and get access to Team Talk, enhanced telemetry, and an ad-free experience. Search NASCAR in your app store or visit NASCAR.com/mobile.
KFB. KFB. KFB.
Oh, and he almost saved it, and he...
Look at that.
KFB.
All I do is win no matter what.
If you don't like that kind of racing, don't even watch. Don't even watch.
Kyle Busch wins the All-Star race.
That's just me.
KFB.
Tonight he earns his first Cup title.
That's just me.
KFB.
His second championship.
That's just me.
KFB.
Kyle Busch has 8-1 odds tonight in Kansas. Kevin Harvick, the favorite, at 7-2. As for Clint Bowyer, 50-1. He might not be the favorite in Vegas, but he's certainly the local favorite. The pride of Emporia, Kansas, is standing by with Kelly.
And Krista, I think everybody knows how CFB feels about his home state, which is why it's peculiar, Clint, that you've got a Colorado State paint scheme.
Oh!
That aside, we know you're desperate for a win. You're anxious to get there. Hey, what would it mean to do it here in Kansas? I know, they're cute. They're
Nan that supports
it's cuter on the outside than the inside.
These are all Nan's dogs. Every one of them, those are Nan's dogs. So Nan, we love you. We wish you were here. Taking the old Colorado State University, Ford Mustang, right up there. I've got a lot of them up there. There's a long ways to go up there, but these guys standing behind me brought me another good car. Fun to come here in Kansas City. It's always fun to be back home. A little bit different now, but looking forward to just having a good run. You know, it's so important to get some points here. It's going to be hard. Tall order starting 19th, but some way we got to claw through this thing.
Yeah, you got new crew chief Johnny Klossmar. What's that transition been like? And how do you guys improve just a little hair on these mile and a halves? You've been strong. Need to get a little bit stronger.
Yeah, we just got to get it all put together. You know, we got fast hot rods. I mean, last week was definitely probably one of our worst weeks, honestly, since the COVID, you know, since we've been back racing. But you're bound to have one of those. You got to learn from your mistakes, put it to good use. Our teammates have been fast, you know, and I see that we'll be fast. Hard digging yourselves out of a hole every week. We've got to get back into that top 12. I think we're within striking distance, 12 points or something to that 21 car. That's what's on my radar tonight.
And as he said, with that random qualifying draw, Clint Bowyer got a little work cut out for him starting 19th.
Yeah, you know, when I look at Clint, I think he said it all right there. We've just got to put it all together. They've not put a solid race together. It seems like in forever. I love this guy. He is Bernard Pollard. He gets me excited about watching a race, the enthusiasm that he brings to a race. But they've got to put something together. His teammates are winning races, leading laps, and running up front. This is a big night on his home track.
Well, we are getting closer to green flag, which means another chance for you to win $10,000 playing NASCAR Pick'em on the NBC Sports Predictor app. Okay, Dale, you got 2 of 3 correct last week. Can you sweep it this week? Who do you have in stage 1?
Oh, it's going to be difficult to improve on that, but I'm going to do my very best here. And when we look at stage 1 here, some good choices here. But how can I not go with the man there on the end? KFB, as he refers to himself.
Okay, who do you have in stage 2?
Now, this is a really tough matchup right here, but Denny Hamlin wore the field out here last year. He won the last race at this track. I believe he gets it done in this second stage.
Okay, and the next group of 4, let's take a look at him, and who's your pick?
Well, how could you not take Kevin Harvick? He's been so fast, but that's why I'm not going to take him. I'm going to go with Ryan Blaney. I told you earlier in the show that I think Ryan Blaney might win this race. He may sweep the first 2 stages and take the checkered flag here tonight.
What do you think of that, Kyle?
What? Who? I got DFJ. Dale Jarrett. I'm going with him, whatever he says.
The last time NASCAR had a scheduled race on a Thursday, Darryl Strawberry was ejected in a game that went 19 innings. The year was 1985. Greg Sacks got his first and only Cup win in Daytona. Could another first-time winner be waiting? Will an outsider jump into the playoffs for the 3rd race in a row? Your weekend starts early with NASCAR on a Thursday night in prime time. Rick Allen, Steve Letarte, Jeff Burton, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. are coming up with the call from Kansas on a Thursday night.
Next flag ends it. They're banging up one another. Custer to the lead. Wow. Rookie Cole Custer wins Kentucky. Can you believe it? Incredible.
That was the best car I've ever driven in my life.
His son, Ace, born about a month ago. He'll be cheering for Dad. Austin Dillon gets the win.
Not bad for a Silver Spoon kid, right? I'll take that. I don't know. I'm just so happy. Thank God.
No rest for the weary. 4 races in 12 days. Another hot, humid day. And tonight, it's Kansas Speedway and another shot to get into the playoffs. And for the first time ever, back-to-back race winners have come from outside of playoff position, which makes it even harder for guys like Clint Bowyer, Jimmy Johnson, William Byron, Tyler Reddick, all right around that cut line to get into the playoffs. We are here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. When I say we, I mean we've got Jeff Burton, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Steve Letarte, myself, Rick Allen. And Steve, I want to start with you. Track challenges for the Cup guys on a Thursday night.
Well, you mentioned it, Thursday night. These Cup stars are used to at least watching a couple other races on the track. They haven't got practice all year, but watching those other races have helped. Now they'll be the first car on the track, and these guys are going to have to make changes, and changes quick. But a week ago at Texas, Paul Wolfe and Joey Logano, they make a Hail Mary-style change. A year ago, this was never seen on pit road. Now these are standard changes. Big Packer change for this 22 car. It salvaged a top 3 finish at Texas. That's the type of changes these crew chiefs are going to have to make. They're going to start on a clean racetrack, figure it out as the sun's up, and then, Rick, the sun will go down. They're going to have to figure it out all over again.
All right, so on top of the pit box, the crew chief has to make changes. What about the drivers? What are you guys worried about?
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, Steve, you know I love this racetrack. Any racetrack where you can move around, run that middle groove, run that high groove. I love that as a driver. You get a chance to kind of move around and change how your car drives, where you can find speed, and that's what these guys are going to have to do. I believe at the start of this race, as the tires start to wear quickly because of that green racetrack, that top groove is going to come in really fast. You're going to be able to go up there early and find speed. But beware, don't get locked in on that. Because as the race as we get later in the race and it cools down, that temperature in the track cools down, guys are going to move back to the bottom, and I think that's where the race is won, on the bottom.
Well, without you on the racetrack, Junior, we don't know who the first one to the top's going to be anymore. So we always knew you were. But listen, this racetrack is so challenging, and it's unpredictable. The last 5 races here, we've had 5 different winners. We've never raced here this time of year. And guess what? You better have your car fast on a short run. A lot of
late race cautions and late race restarts have won this race.
It's time now for tonight's invocation. So Father Brian Schieber, pastor of St. Michael the Archangel Catholic Church of Leawood, Kansas.
Father, bless our land. Unite us as Americans under your lordship. Heal those who are sick. Comfort those who are lonely. Give hope to the despairing and grant liberty and justice for all. Bless tonight's NASCAR Cup Series race. May this race remind us that life is a race, not for a perishable crown of glory, but an imperishable crown of eternal glory, won by Christ Jesus. Bless our drivers, our teams, our officials. Keep them safe. You live and reign forever and ever. Amen.
Amen. Now to perform our national anthem, her EP Baytown will be available August 14th, and brand new song Me About Me is available now. Platinum country star Raylan.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
And who will be prime time on this Thursday night from Kansas Speedway? When we come back, drivers will be in their cars. We're going to fire the engines.
He's going to win in Kansas. Oh, yeah!
Martin Truex Jr. wins.
Yes, Kansas. Harvick around the outside for the lead. Yeah, boys, how about that? The statement win for Chase Elliott. One more round to go, yes. Career win number 30. Wayne never give up. Oh, boy, where do you want to go on one deck?
And the drivers are strapped in, getting ready to fire the engines. Before they do that, let's go to pit road. We'll start with Kelly Stavist.
Brooke, William Byron starts this race just 2 points outside of the playoffs, but tonight he's got a new but familiar face calling the shots. Keith Rodden, longtime crew chief, filling in for Chad Knaus as Chad awaits the arrival of his second child. But word is his wife Brooke has yet to go into labor, so Chad will actually be in the 24 team room back at Hendrick Motorsports, helping to come up with the game plan for tonight. William Byron starts 15th. Parker?
Well, his teammate Alex Bowman started this season that Hendrick Motorsports did early this year with a lot of speed, went out and won at California. Then after the COVID break, they continued that speed. They had a lot of it. But in recent weeks, it started to fall away. A 30th, a 19th, a 30th. And when you do that, it starts to compound because with no practice, if you're running the back of the pack, you can't make these cars better, Kelly. And that's what they're hoping to do tonight. Get to the front, stay there, and make these cars better.
Martin Truex Jr. has just one win on the season, but the team feels like they've had the speed to do much better. James Small, crew chief, told me they've had top 5 speed week in and week out. It's just been a myriad of mistakes and misfortune that's kept them out of victory lane tonight. They've got a top 5 starting spot. We'll see if Truex can collect his 3rd Kansas win, Parker.
His teammate Kyle Busch has been at frustration level 100. Talking to his crew chief Adam Stevens, he said, we're all frustrated. We should be running better. This team is better than what we've shown here in this season. They're really hoping to turn it around tonight, and said tonight will be a great litmus test if they can do that. Rick?
That's right. Them strapping into the cars for the first time right now. First time they've been in the cars all weekend. It's time now for tonight's command from the Kansas City Chiefs. It's star defensive tackle and Super Bowl champion, Chris Jones.
Hey, NASCAR fans, you're back here in Kansas City, live with the CEO, Sack Nation Stone Cold Jones. Gentlemen, start your engine.
All right, Friday, when you're ready. Fire to hold.
It's a lovely sound. The engines are fired up. Who rises to the occasion tonight? We're about to find out.
Can Cole Custer hold off Martin Truex Jr.? The answer is yes. Cole Custer will clinch his first Cup victory here at Kentucky Speedway. For the second week in a row, it's Upset City, a rootin' Texas win for Austin Dillon.
Kansas is a good one to go out and see what you got when it comes to speed, because it is a speed track.
To me, Kansas feels like such a top dominant racetrack.
Kansas is one of those challenging mile and a half.
It's always been a wild mile and a half. It's always been some carnage, some chaos that is unexpected.
I really enjoy Kansas, and I've had some rough days in Kansas.
The lap after lap after lap. Whoa, what in the hell? All hell breaks loose.
That's what's cool for me about Kansas is just the opportunities that place has and the racing that it puts on.
Denny Hamlin is headed to victory lane. He will celebrate right now for the crowd here at Kansas.
We're excited to go back there and build upon what we won with last year.
NASCAR Cup Series from Kansas. The Super Start Batteries 400. And you see the cars beginning to roll off of pit road. No qualifying means once again the top 12 random draw. The next 13 through 24 random draw. Let's hear from the starting lineup.
Kevin Harvick. Number 4, Stewart-Haas Racing Ford.
Joey Logano, number 22, Team Penske Ford. Eric Almirola, number 10, Stewart-Haas Racing Ford.
Ryan Blaney, number 12, Team Penske Ford.
Martin Truex Jr., number 19, Joe Gibbs Racing, Toyota.
Alex Bowman, number 88, Hendrick Motorsports Chevrolet.
Brad Keselowski, number 2, Team Penske Ford.
Kyle Busch, number 18, Joe Gibbs Racing, Toyota. Kurt Busch, number 1, Chip Ganassi Racing, Chevrolet.
Denny Hamlin, number 11, Joe Gibbs Racing, Toyota.
And we look a little bit further through the field here, row 6 all the way through row 10. You see Jimmy Johnson, the 7-time champion back there because he's in that outside 12 position. So he random draws just like everybody else.
Yeah, row 11, row 12, Jones and Reddick, Bell, 3 drivers trying to find their way in the playoffs. Custer, though, with that win, starting the race with a lot of confidence, Rick. He doesn't have to worry about the playoffs. That win's going to lock him in.
A lot of confidence. You see to the rear for Josh Bilicki in the 53. Had issues with Tech all the way back down through the field, Sorensen and McLeod. All right, Jeff Burton, we got an opportunity. We can chat with Kurt Busch on the radio. Let's see if we can dial him up.
Hey, Kurt, it's the boys up in the booth. You got us?
10-4, I got you guys. What's up?
Kurt, a lot of top 10s this year, but no wins yet. What's it going to take to get a win tonight?
Yeah, we've had a good, quiet season. Lots of top 10s, good consistency, and just got to thank everybody at Chip Ganassi Racing. It's cool to show up to these tracks with no practice and have the car as good as it is, and that's something you can't take for granted. A lot of trust involved in that, so let's get a little better on pit road, let's get a little better restarts, and we'll get this Monster Energy Chevy in victory lane. Just got to say hi to Mom. It's her birthday. Happy birthday, Mom. I love you, Ashley, my wife. See you soon.
Kurt, you mentioned restarts. We're getting ready to start this race here in just a moment. How do you approach turn 1 on a racetrack you hadn't been on yet?
Well, the guy in front of me spun me at the All-Star race, so I should try not to run into Keselowski, but hey, it's a long race. 500 miles, 400 miles each and every week. You got to let it all settle in.
You guys never forget, do you? Have a good race, man. Have fun.
Oh, yeah. The guy in front of me spun me at the All-Star race. Okay, well, there you have it. Leading the field as the official pace car for tonight's race is the 2020 Toyota Camry TRD. And Steve, the field's going to go down pit road. Explain that.
So with the lack of practice, no time on racetrack until right now, these guys are going down pit road and confirming their pit road speed. This is something that normally happens in practice. Not a speedometer in the car. They use RPM, the engine RPM. They have lights that flash. Basically, they go down. The teams have an opportunity to confirm the speed, make sure their settings are correct.
And so that's what the field just did right now. We're going to take you somewhere now that you've never been. It's kind of the behind the curtains look. We have Marty Snyder right now embedded into the RCR, I guess I would call it their headquarters back in Welcome, North Carolina. Marty, what's going on back there? And can you tell us what's going on?
It's the RCR command room. Yeah, I can tell you what's going on, Rick. They have a lot of data coming in here. It's absolutely amazing. If you'll forgive my bad camera, I want to give you a sense of the room. It's two-tiered, 10 engineer stations. There's Dr. Eric Warren right now. He's talking live to both pit boxes, to Randall Burnett and Justin Alexander. There's Richard Childress hanging out. He just gave the pep talk to both drivers, and there's all the engineers down there. They will plan out the strategy all evening long, and we're ready to go to green here from RCR, Rick. And when I tell you they have every camera that we have at the racetrack, I mean they have every camera. So you boys be careful with what you do up in the booth tonight. RC's watching.
Well, that's great. And thank you for bringing us that. We want to thank Richard Childress Racing for enabling us to be a part of their command center. And again, a limited number of people are able to go to the racetrack. Jeff, you've seen this command center, though, before.
Yeah, Richard's really proud of what he's done here. The entire sport, technology is in this sport, and they're using it to win these races. And what a great opportunity for the fans to see just one of the pieces of technology to help make the crew chiefs' decisions easier. It doesn't make the decision for them, but it gives them a tremendous amount of information to help make those decisions. And it's just great for Richard to show this to everybody. Really appreciate him opening the doors. I think the fans are going to be entertained by that tonight.
All right, Steve, give us the race breakdown for Kansas Speedway.
Well, you just heard Jeff talk about the information provided to the crew chief to break down this Kansas racetrack, 1.5 miles with variable banking, 17 degrees on the bottom, up to 20 degrees up by the wall. We're going to see the drivers move up all day long. As Dale Jr. said, he loves the top of the racetrack. That extra banking gives these cars just a little bit more grip. So that will help them in their balance from one end of the racetrack to the other. But when it comes to strategy, remember, 267 laps, but it gets broken down. 80 laps stage 1, 80 laps stage 2. That final stage, 107 laps, around 60 laps on fuel. Take all that and run it through all those screens back at the command center and hope you pit at the right time, Rick.
Yes. Guys, cameras on boards.
Yeah, we're going to be riding on the Xfinity camera in Jimmy Johnson's car. He's going to give us some great views, fighting for a playoff spot. Kurt Busch has the Monster Energy cam. Highest Busch brother in the points right now.
Kyle Busch. Brother Kyle has the Toyota cam. And sitting on the pole, the view everybody wants, Kevin Harvick, the Busch Light Apple cam.
I'm surprised, guy. Did you think Harvick would take the bottom? I figured he would have taken the top.
I am a little surprised he's on the bottom. I thought he would have taken the top as well, but he's won a few races.
Yeah, that is true. Kevin Harvick already 4 times a winner. All right, so it's Kevin Harvick in that red number 4 on the inside. Joey Logano, red and yellow, number 22 on the outside. 2 Ford Mustangs taking the green flag in Kansas. And already you see William Byron in the 24 down below the white line. That's fair here at the 1.5 miles, trying to find any track or maybe apron that he can use.
Talked about we were a little bit of surprise, and that's why right there, Joey Logano, if he could stay even with Kevin, he would have an advantage of momentum down the back straightaway. See if Kevin could fight back on the bottom. Kevin may have just been nervous about the track being dirty. You know, picking that bottom lane was just a little bit safer.
First lap's led by Joey Logano. Again, this is the first lap that they have run at Kansas Speedway. Because of the COVID-19 pandemic, no practice, no qualifying, and they are already up to speed here at Kansas.
4-car of Harvick ran the middle of 1 and 2. 12 of Blaney on the bottom of 1 and 2. Looks like he's going to be able to make the pass. That top, that middle groove or the top, just not quite there yet.
Team Penske has the top 2 spots now with the 22 of Joey Logano and the 12 of Ryan Blaney. Kyle Busch, reigning series champion, has yet to win even a stage as we look back to his teammate in that 19 of Martin Truex Jr. going by the 88 of Alex Bowman.
Yeah, Martin moved to the middle of the track in 1 and 2. Entered turn 1 in the middle and made that pass there. Runs the middle again in 3 and 4.
We heard the report earlier about Martin Truex Jr. I spoke to James Small, and he's been happy with the speed of the 19 car. James is the crew chief for Martin Truex Jr. He just said, you know, their racing luck hasn't been good because they've kind of created their own bad luck. And mechanical issue at Indy got them back to the field. They wrecked coming off Pit Road. Then they run out of gas at Texas. Inexcusable to run out of gas early in the race. That's what happened to them. And you look at this season, 0 wins, you know, only 3 top 10s. So he started the year off good with that win. Hasn't seen much in the last 7 races. Parker.
Well, guys, as we watch all these cars here run on the bottom to the middle groove, knowing that this is one of the tracks you like to run up top, just remember, as you guys said, there's been no cars on this racetrack. It was completely green. This had a lot of the crew chiefs really concerned how dirty this racetrack could be, how much grip it would have. They expected the bottom to be there early, and then eventually we'll watch that rubber sort of lay in the track, and that groove will move towards the top. But it's really interesting times here watching these cars run right on the bottom, trying to find that grip.
Yeah, as green as this track is, I mean, typically on a race weekend, we have a lot of practice. It rubbers the track in. This is a completely green racetrack. So we're all seeing something new here, how these guys adapt to the racetrack.
How about Blaney? He's closed the gap now on Logano, run a little bit lower line.
Pass for third back there. Truex using that middle groove, still making speed. The 4 of Harvick just seems to be struggling a little bit right here, Kelly.
Yeah, and Steve talked about the 19 running out of fuel last week. Well, somehow that fuel switch inside the cockpit that's usually meant for the reserve fuel had gotten flipped early. So when Martin went to trip it and then come to pit road, it was already engaged, and that's why they ran out of fuel. And that's just one of the examples that crew chief James Small told me of these mistakes. They've been kind of shooting themselves in the foot with these little bits and pieces. He said the good news, we haven't repeated any of the mistakes, and Martin has been really positive because he feels the performance in that Toyota. It's just a matter of putting together a clean race with no mistakes, no misfortune.
Here comes the 3rd Team Penske car as he goes by, almost goes by. Now he's by the 18 of Kyle Busch. That's the 2 of Brad Keselowski.
Enrique, NASCAR has informed us that around lap 25 there'll be a competition yellow. So 8 laps complete. We know a yellow is coming around lap 25, guys.
You mentioned only 8 laps complete, but some action already. See that 17 car, Chris Buescher, down the front straightaway, entering turn 1, 3 wide. Just not the grip right now needed. Nice save right there. Car, you know, it doesn't look like much from outside, but inside the car, he had his hands full.
Doesn't look much better from on top of the pit box, I can assure you. I would have been nervous.
Look at this guy right here, already on the fence. Tyler Reddick, 2nd place finish last week, started 23rd, already knocking on the door for a top 10 in 11th.
How about this battle right here? No surprise, Ryan Blaney, he has been fast, ranks 3rd in laps led. Since he returned back to racing, he has been, in my opinion, the last month. Ryan Blaney, although the wins haven't been there, the speed has been there. I really believe this team starts putting it together, they're going to rattle off a ton of wins.
And right around the bottom of 22, moving around just a little bit, not quite comfortable in 1 and 2.
You mentioned laps led, Jeff. Last week, 150 laps led of the 267, so an impressive run for him, and then wasn't able to finish. The late caution threw him out of sync, wasn't able to get a good restart. Next thing you know, he finishes top 10, but definitely not what that team wants.
Listen, we saw KP and Dale Jarrett talk about that. This 12 car of Ryan Blaney 7 times has led 100 laps or more and has yet to win one of those races. That's what I'm looking for. We know he's playoff bound. We know he has good speed, as Dale and Jeff just alluded to. But to advance in the playoffs, you have to win. And you have to win when you have the best car. That's what we're looking for out of Ryan Blaney as he continues to hound his teammate, Joey Logano.
Yeah, he's just trying to find a way to get by. He's got to run where that 22 car is not. But get a little clean air on the nose of that 12 machine. So he runs low, he runs high, just trying to move around to set up an opportunity to make a run, try to make a pass. Here he goes to the top of 1 and 2. Look at that 12 move around.
Yeah, track's just not ready for that high. It's going to go there. I think it'll go there as this race goes on, but right now it's just a little too dirty.
Crazy up top, but it's Joey Logano still holding on to the lead at Kansas. NASCAR Drive is your live race day companion. Make sure to follow your favorite drivers with high-definition in-car cameras. All you have to do is visit NASCAR.com/drive, or you can download the mobile app today. We look back on the eyes there of some of the drivers. Kelly, what's going on with Joey Logano? Is he feeling comfortable out there yet?
Well, I think Dale Jr. was even observing the 22 of Joey Logano kind of moving around quite a bit, especially in turns 1 and 2. Joey's saying that as the track is rubbering up, his car's just getting looser and looser, but firing off. He said he was on a splitter and that the car was bouncing, quote, like a basketball around there. So certainly kind of had his hands full. He was able to move up top now and kind of ward off the threat of his teammate Ryan Blaney behind him. This is a team who feels like they've turned the corner in terms of performance the last couple of weeks and trying to capitalize with the win here today.
Turning the corner. Ryan Blaney does have a win, so he's in the playoffs. But you see here Brad Keselowski trying to hold off the 18 of Kyle Busch, who's closing the gap now. We saw Keselowski get by him, but it looks like Kyle Busch is trying to take back that position. Let's listen into his radio.
Just a little bit of split stall tight is what it was. Getting a little bit better here, but just showed them what to do. Now they're doing it.
Good feedback from the driver to the crew chief, kind of assessing why his car is tight. He feels it had to do with the splitter. He moved around, found a little bit more clean air. You see right here a lane lower than the 2 car. We're going to talk about this all day at Kansas. You know, there's a definite bottom, definite middle, definite top.
Yeah. That 18 car is a little bit quicker than the 2, but the 2's running the preferred line. Early in the race with the sun up, the top's going to be the place to be. 18 would, if the 2 wasn't there, the 18 would be on the wall, but he's got to run a little bit lower just to get a little bit of air on the nose to keep that car turning.
And if you want to know why restarts are so aggressive, that was why. If you can get in front of that guy, like Martin Truex Jr. right now, he's run Ryan Blaney down. And the work that he's going to have to do right now to get by him is huge. If you can get by him on a restart, that's the easiest time. That's why these restarts are going to be so aggressive as this race moves on.
We know another restart's coming up. Steve, you just referenced earlier
look. Oh, my goodness. Sorry.
There's a competition caution coming up on lap around 25. They're closing in on that. Martin Truex Jr. wants this position right here so he doesn't have to fight for it on that restart.
Well, yeah, I mean, one position's going to help you come to pit road. From second to first might happen. This is what got Dale excited right here. Dale, he's right on the left rear.
Look at the hands. So we saw that a lot in the Xfinity race at Texas, where the guys get on the left rear quarter panel and really move them around. And I think that's really the only offensive tool you have if you're that following car, the 19 of Truex. I mean, the 12's already out of shape. You can see him moving around. I'm glad he's got those white gloves on so we can watch. But if the 19 gets that left rear quarter panel, I think Blaney might have to give up that spot.
All right, here comes the 19 once again. If he can get to that left rear quarter panel, he affects the air on the spoiler.
Yeah, Mr. Excitement, Tyler Reddick on the right-hand side. Dale Jr. mentioned he was already right up against the fence. He's about a half a car width off, but very high already, up to 10th. That's plus 13 from the start of the race as we see Truex has got to that quarter panel.
Yeah, I think Blaney might have to get us up. Blaney's car just looks so loose right now. And Truex is able to drive right up to that back bumper. We'll see what happens down here.
For the second spot, Martin Truex Jr. all the way to the bottom of the racetrack, and he's going to complete the pass.
Now with 6 laps left to go, does Martin have enough to run Joey down?
There you see the 18 finally getting by the 2 car of Keselowski around the outside.
You know, last week, the tires never slowed down. This week, in 23 laps, they've slowed down well over a second. So some tire fall off here this week. None last week. That's going to change strategies. Moving around the racetrack is going to be an advantage to the drivers that can find something faster as these tires wear out.
And we talked about at the top of the show, You have to guess. The track is going to continue to change as we watch these two cars go into the corner. If you can believe it, the corner's already changed color a little bit. You're going to see it's darker right there. Look how much darker the pavement is than it is on the straightaway. That's just Goodyear tire rubber ground into the asphalt already in 25 laps.
Oh, wow, Kyle right there.
I was watching Blaney, man, those gloves. He is chasing the back of that car all the way around the corner.
Kyle almost got in trouble. He lost the car on the exit of turn 4. Lost a bunch of ground. There he is. Martin Truex right on top of Joey Logano.
Can he get the lead before the competition caution? He does not. There it is. So Joey Logano stays up front. And Steve, will there be strategy here? We just heard that the tires are falling off enough. Drivers are probably all going to want to find out how much wear on their tires, and are those 4 fresh Goodyear tires going to make a big difference?
Well, listen, a driver's always going to choose 4 tires because they want the car to drive well. Your job as a crew chief is to determine track position versus tires, but I would be inclined to take 4 tires here. I think it's too much of a risk, too much of a loss of grip already. You heard Jeff say 1.5 seconds they've slowed down. 4 tires and adjustments would be my call.
Yeah, this is the 12 car. Watch the hands as Truex is right up behind him. I think, I don't know about Keselowski, but I think that 12 car to 22 of Logano, both those guys coming in, probably tighten up a little bit for this pit stop, Steve.
Oh, I'm thinking 4 tires and adjustments for sure is what all these guys are going to do. Marty, what are you hearing from that RCR war room?
Well, I'll tell you, Steve, actually, they came into the race kind of thinking that right sides might be a good option. Eric Warren here kind of checking things out. They're watching the SMT data with Tyler Reddick, who's moved up to the 9th position. But the computer's now telling them 4 tires. So, Steve, the computer agrees with you. 4 tires might be the way to go on this competition caution.
Listen, the 4 tires, as Jeff said, or the computers give the crew chiefs great ideas, great options. But the information's only as good as the teams you're running. It's trying to predict what everyone else in the field is going to do. If it predicts everybody takes 2 and you're the only guy that takes 2 wrong answers. So a great piece of equipment. I applaud RCR and I thank Richard for allowing us to be in there to show that to the fans. But in the end, humans still have to process that data and make the decision. And right now, pitting, without a question, will be the entire field.
And they're coming to the attention of Kelly.
And we'll start by looking at Martin Truex Jr., who was able to work his way forward to the 2nd position. That in spite of being in a, quote, 4-wheel slide at times. He ended a little bit tight through the center. Expect a 4-tire stop for the 19. Then the 22 of Joey Logano in the middle just kept building looser and looser to a 3 out of 5 loose. They're going to make a wedge adjustment. 4 Goodyear tires for Logano, and Ryan Blaney goes to pit road from the 3rd position. He said he was just a little bit tight through the center, and then he said at the end of that run, sliding all the way through the corner. 4 tires for the 12.
Well, you saw it right there. The front tire of the 22 bounced back in front of the car and out under the first lane of pit road. I believe that right there is going to be an uncontrolled tire. We'll have to confirm when NASCAR will get back. You see right here, tire goes back, less guys behind pit wall, no one catches it, back out in traffic. A bad break, bad mistake for the 22 car.
NASCAR on NBCSN is brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need. Coca-Cola. Together tastes better. And by Credit One Bank, the official credit card of NASCAR. Perfect for race fans. Well, coming up this week on Sirius XM, NBC Sports own Jeff Burton. On Wednesday at 8 a.m. Eastern, is going to join the morning drive. That's NASCAR Radio Channel 90. They replay that at 10 a.m. But make sure to tune in as Jeff Burton obviously will give you all the insights as to what's taking place during this race, and look forward to the next.
I got to wake up early for that
one. We just saw the 22 come to pit road, Steve.
Yeah, NASCAR confirmed that will be an uncontrolled tire on the 22. The 17 of Chris Buescher also had an uncontrolled tire. And I mentioned the crews. Well, remember, pre-pandemic, the road crew 10, pit crew 5. Now, currently, you only have 6 road crew. The same 5 go over the wall, Rick, and that's why I want to point out 4 less guys behind pit wall. Yeah. There are engineers, even crew chiefs, that now have to get off the pit box and take part in pit stops, throw hoses, catch tires, hand in gas cans. That support to the pit crew has been weakened by the number of guys. That tire for the 22 rolled to the pit wall and bounced off, which tells me, the pit crew kind of did their job. They got it to where it needed to be. No one caught it in the end. Doesn't matter whose fault it was. It's going to hurt the 22. It's their fault. They have to control the tire.
Yeah, he was race leader when he came onto pit road. And now, obviously, with the penalty, he'll be mired into the back of the field.
Well, guys, the only other time this year that Joey Logano has had a tire violation, guess what happened? He won.
I think he won. That was
won
Phoenix,
in Phoenix.
Right?
Yeah, so
all right.
not over.
Field approaching the Geico restart zone. It's Truex and Kyle Busch making up row one, both from Joe Gibbs Racing. Truex had the opportunity. He chose that outside line, and look at the 18 of Kyle Busch surge ahead.
Yeah, that outside line just was not quite organized to push well down the front straightaway. The inside line was Blaney pushing that 18 down into turn one for the lead.
You're looking at the leaders. I'm fixed on that bright 21 back there in the middle. Matty D is trying to make that 3 wide work.
You got to attack on these restarts. Best opportunity to make any spots.
It's Matt DiBenedetto back there in the 21 driving for the Wood brothers.
It's a mentality. You can't just try to maintain. You got to really psych yourself up for these restarts to attack. Try to take every spot you can.
And already look how this racetrack is changing as Kevin Harvick's on the outside of Blaney. Early in the race, we saw this outside not work. Took a little while to get it cleaned off, and now immediately see Truex with a little bit of problem. Harvick's going to give him a big push down the straightaway to try to clear Blaney. Blaney hung a left, trying to make the shortest way to turn one.
This is what I love, is this throttle. Jeff, look at this. He's going to go a little out of throttle to run the bottom, but running the top in 3 and 4. He's sounded wide open all the way around to me.
Yeah, he's so glad that Truex went all the way to the wall to give him a little bit of air in the middle so he can stay on the outside of Blaney here with a shot to take this third spot.
And Hamlin, he's up there hoping that Harvick can hold up Blaney right there, can side draft him. Then Hamlin can run up behind Harvick, try to push Harvick and try to clear the 12 car on the bottom. And Alex Bowman thinking the same thing.
Blaney's going to try to slide up in there, get to the top.
He went up there aggressively, left no choice for Alex Bowman.
That tells you, fans, how dominant the high side is, how hard it is to pass on the bottom. See Denny down on the bottom of this 4 car. See if he can make the pass.
And Blaney's thinking the same thing. Hold him up, Harvick. Wow. Not going to be able to. Blaney's going to clear. Sorry, Hamlin's going to clear him. Now Blaney's trying to clear Harvick. Harvick's car is just not where he needs it to be right now.
That's what we saw in that first few laps as well. Harvick started up front and fell back, continued to drop back. Thought they might have made some changes on that car during that competition caution, but still, Harvick struggling.
Yeah, you can hear him out of gas right there. Should have a lot more throttle there in the middle of the top of the racetrack with clean track in front of him. Just not able to get the gas like he's on the splitter or something, Steve. Car just doesn't want to turn.
Yeah, it looks like it could be the splitter for sure. You know, this track, not only is it worn out, but it's not smooth. There's some bumps, you know, so it's very hard to control that front splitter. You want it as low as possible, but when it bangs off the racetrack, it takes the weight off those front tires, aggravating that tight condition.
Now, this penalty that we saw, and Steve did a great job of explaining, this is what has happened. It has put Joey Logano back here in this mess. Look what he has to deal with. Compare this to what the leaders are doing. Those guys in the top 5, they're racing amongst themselves, but look at the problem that has been created for Joey Logano and how he's got to try to get through it.
Joey Logano's trying to get by that 37, which is driven by Ryan Preece, kid from Connecticut, that has had about the worst luck you could possibly have. The last 3 races, he's finished last in those races.
Yeah, I talked to Ryan's crew chief. I said, you know, what do you do and what's the goals and at points? And he interrupted me. He said, listen, buddy, we finished last 3 times in a row. It's about keeping morale up. We're going to go to the racetrack this week to prove that we belong there. Right? We got to have something go our way. Some mistakes and some fluke breaking of parts as we see Denny Hamlin coming back to second.
Ryan told me last week, he said, you can only get hit so many times. It has to stop. But he told me that before the race. It's just been a terrible run of luck for that team.
Start of this race, we saw the Penske boys up front. Now it's Joe Gibbs Racing 1, 2, 3 with Kyle Busch, Hamlin, Truex Jr. Hamlin doing all his work on the bottom of the racetrack. I think he's got a great race car. Kelly.
And you see Ryan Blaney in that number 12 car running forward. He said he has a bad vibration. Crew Chief Todd Gordon said, let me know if it gets any worse. Ryan said it hasn't just yet, but he said it sort of feels like a wheel weight. So Ryan Blaney just monitoring that car, and the whole team is obviously to see if that vibration gets any worse.
It's the track where the tires vibrate. They just do. Every time we come here, we had drivers that'll come down pit road thinking they have a loose wheel. I've done it myself. It's just a set of tires that's going to shake. As long as it doesn't get worse. Loose wheels, they get worse. Parker.
you guys were talking about the Ford, Kevin Harvick, and watching him struggle. He has been struggling. He's not been happy with that race car at all, coming on the radio and just saying it's out of the racetrack. They made a track bar adjustment during that stop, but it just hasn't put the car in the racetrack how he'd want. You notice, I heard you guys talking about a lot of cars being loose and some feeling like maybe it was going to get better as it went in the night. That Ford car is just not coming to them yet.
A four-time winner already, Kevin Harvick. His car's struggling. Kyle Busch, who hasn't won yet this year, things are going well for him up front. Hockey is back on NBC and NBCSN. The NHL returns August 1st with the Stanley Cup qualifiers, highlighted by at least 10 hours of wall-to-wall action on each of the first 5 days. And the aerial coverage brought to you by Geico as we look down on the Joe Gibbs Racing duo of Denny Hamlin and Martin Truex Jr. And Martin Truex Jr. has been fighting to get by and maybe even stay up with the 11 of Denny Hamlin. Listen into his radio as he is trying to explain what's going on.
Got big time fight on 2 in the lift. Copy that. All good, bud. Long way to go. On the splitter a little bit again here. It's good, and then it'll just take off on me sometimes. Copy.
Focused, to the point. That's a little bit more animated, a little bit more, excited. Martin Truex Jr. Normally he's very calm. Remember, we talked about the mistakes from this 19 car. It's not speed, and I actually like to hear that in Martin's voice, because what I hear there is a guy that goes, I want to help. I want to be on board. I know we have to right the ship. We have to get better. What can I do? It wasn't a panicky driver. To me, that's a very focused driver, knowing track's going to change. I'm going to give my new crew chief, James Small, first year together, all the information I can get.
Martin had ran down Denny Hamlin. Denny was running the bottom of the racetrack. Martin the top. Now Denny to the top. Has drove away, closing in on the leader. Logano made it up to 21st.
So Jeff right in front of Logano, the 47 of Stenhouse. We talk about what could change your day. Rick, Stenhouse, he passed 10 or 11 cars to start this race, drove all the way up to the 14th position. They come into the pit stop. They have a 16-second pit stop, come out in 18th. Now that's, a few more rows back on a crazy restart. Now he's falling back to 20th. If you take that same pit stop and you go from 14th to 12th, you might be inside the top 10 now. So, I'm not blaming the pit crew, but I'm just showing you how quickly things can go away. Now he's coming under attack from 22 of Logano, who we know who has a great race car.
Well, and Logano is now going by the other JTG Doherty Racing driver. So we'd mentioned Ryan Preece, now Ricky Stenhouse Jr., those two drivers driving for Jody and Tad Geschecter, as well as Brad Doherty. And so, Steve, we've got 31 laps to go. And actually, Steve, I'm going to let you take a little break here. Let's go to the command center in Welcome, North Carolina, and Marty, and let's talk a little bit about RCR and strategy.
Yeah, all the strategy playing out, Rick, no doubt about it. There's what they're kind of thinking about for the next stop. And I like how the room is laid out. All the 8 engineers are over here. Ray Wright is in the middle. He's the pit crew coach. You can see him breaking down the film, and the 3 engineers are on the far right side. RC over there kind of in command of everything. But Eric Warren is back here talking to both teams at the same time. And they noticed Tyler Reddick had a little bit of an issue. You see all that technology there from SMT. They can see steering, brake, throttle trace, everything. And Steve, you've seen tons of this over your time on top of the pit box. But the one thing they noticed is that Tyler actually brushed the wall with the right rear. So you notice how he came from the back to the front into the top 10, ran up there very quickly. Now he's back in 11th position, and they noticed something was wrong. But Tyler said, hey, I brushed the wall. I'm still way loose. That's what's going on with them. But all of this planning their next stop here at RCR.
And this is a big change, Rick. Why I love this command center is because it's consistent. Remember, the pit box, as beautiful as they are, that's a moving office. It goes from track to track to track. It's in the elements. It's in the heat. It's in the rain. You're dependent on what type of Wi-Fi, what type of connection you can have. It gets so hot at some of these tracks, the computers want to shut down, right? The command center, air conditioned. You can set up your space, set up your screens. You saw the reams and reams of data coming in there. So much that one person can't seem to process that. This is the type of help the crew chiefs need. And it showed, right? Last week, 1-2 for RCR.
Something to keep in mind, fans at home. You see Tyler Reddick up there right against the wall, making really good lap time. So that data of his driving, how he's driving, the driving style, his braking, his throttle input, his wheel input, all of that information is out there for every team. RCR is the only team that gets that data. Every team gets it. So if you're running well, the entire field is analyzing your data, trying to figure out how to make their car and their driver do better.
And I think that's worth pointing out. I want to thank Richard Childress Racing for bringing us in there. We assume, now I haven't been invited to Joe Gibbs Racing's War Room, or I haven't been invited to Stuart Haas Racing's War Room, but from all the conversations I've had, some type of command center, I think, exists at all the big teams. I can't speak firsthand because, you know, even 6 years out, I think they kind of see me as a competitive crew chief, which I am far from.
Well, I'll tell you what the difference is, and I was going to bring this up as we're watching. This is the battle for the lead. Kyle Busch in front of Denny Hamlin. Denny Hamlin had closed the gap, but now about 4 or 5 car lengths there. I think that they're not going to invite you, Steve, because you know what all of the computer monitors are actually saying. I think Marty is looking at them and going, that all looks like a foreign language to me.
Well, it's asking them to change the channel. So, hey, Kyle Busch, how about Kyle Busch? He's not had the year that he wants to have. He led 100 laps at Bristol. Other than that, tonight's the most laps he's led. And here he is leading, Parker, so having a good start to the night.
He is, Jeff, and you know what? Adam Stevens is probably smiling at the top of that box right now because they have been making incremental changes on this 18 car from race to race because obviously with no practice, they're not going to make huge swings. And he said, you know, one of the biggest things that we do, maybe it's different from other teams, is that we're very dependent on Kyle's feel. We're not always changing things for speed or for grip, but it's the feel that he wants in the race car, and there's no way to rubber stamp that. There's no way to just click that in the car. We've got to find it and find it over time, and it looks like here tonight, they might have found it early on here at Kansas.
Thank you, Parker. Kyle Busch could win his first playoff point if he stays up front. Kyle Busch is still out front, and a fire inside the car for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. He brought it to pit road right away.
You can see the side window out, trying to figure out what's going on, to be quite honest. The smoke is pouring out of the inside of the car.
They're looking through the windshield, trying to figure out if it's some of the electronics. Oh, boy. And this is another thing that no practice, no qualifying. You just can't shake a car down to see if there's something that might be loose.
Yeah, NASCAR announced that there'll be no practice, no qualifying for the rest of the year. And I know people are against that because they say, hey, the 47 quit a practice. Look, these are the best race teams and the best race car drivers in the world. I'm a fan of no practice. These teams have to prepare. And yes, mistakes will be found, and that's unfortunate. But you see right here, a steering wheel getting thrown on the dash. It looks like the end of the day for the 47. Let's listen in what he had to say.
Got an electrical fire or something. Coming to you, page just shut off, and I got a fire in the cockpit.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr., you know, 3 top 5s this year already with this JTG organization. That's how many he had a year ago at Roush. So while some people I don't think are seeing the performance, I would argue the opposite. I would argue the numbers are there, but this is the type of thing you see Ricky in frustration. You know, he wants to be on the racetrack. He wants to do his job as a driver. Mechanical failures can be so frustrating.
Yeah, JTG, you mentioned the good side. The bad side is they have had, we just talked about Ryan Preece and all the mechanical troubles he's had. Well, this team has had way too many mechanical problems. Got to find a way to get it behind them. They're working hard. This team's putting a ton of effort in, building their own cars, having some success, but the mechanical failure is really setting them back.
Yeah, you can tell. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is so frustrated.
Watching Tyler Reddick here, all the way up to 8th place, using that fence. Loves running up there. He drives up on that wall probably better than anybody in the field. Battle behind him there between Bowman and Eric Jones, 9th and 10th place.
So what's the danger? You know, the danger running there that soon is we still have, you know, about 200 laps to go, and you put the right side against the fence all night long. Eventually, you're going to make contact. He's just going to have, that's where his speed is, right? It's hard not to go there. Look at the points. You can see Tyler Reddick right there, right behind Jimmy Johnson. This is the kind of racetrack he can make some points up. Put that thing on the boards at the top. Do it all night long. He trusts himself. A lot of people won't go there that long.
Yeah, RCR has a lot of speed at the 1.5s.
Tyler Reddick in the 8s with that yellow stripe on the back bumper. He's a part of what could be one of the best Rookie of the Year battles going on. As we look at a veteran here, a couple of veterans with Kurt Busch and Jimmy Johnson, Kelly.
And Ricky Stenhouse Jr. making his way back to the garage. A premature finish for you, Ricky. We heard electrical fire. What did you see? What did you smell inside the cockpit?
Yeah, I can't hear what you said, but man, the start of the race, our Kroger Camaro was really good. We've had some really bad weeks as far as results go, and drove up into 14th there on the first start. Lost the balance there a little bit, but felt like we were still pretty close. And then, I don't know, a fire started in the cockpit, something electrical under the dash. So bummer to end the day like that for our Kroger team. I felt like we had a really good shot at a top 10 if we kept dialing our car in. I really like Kansas. Glad we got kind of an off week now before New Hampshire so we can regroup.
How unnerving to be in the cockpit when you smell fire.
Yeah, I could see the fire. It was right beside me, and then all up under the dash and by my left foot. So the fuel pressure quit at first, and then the whole screen went black after that. So I don't know exactly what caused that or what can cause it, but bummer of a day for sure.
Ricky.
Good interview from a frustrated race car driver.
Yeah.
Honest. It's. I mean, when you have an issue like that, there's nothing you can do. He calmly brought it to pit road. You're going to have to reassess. You mentioned a week off. It sounds crazy. It's Jimmy Johnson and Kurt Busch battle, but since it's Thursday and they don't race this weekend, this will be the longest break they've had since returning since COVID. So it's going to feel like a week off.
Yeah, 9 days. So that'll be a big, I guess you would call it a rest, because we mentioned 4 races in 12 days for these guys. Maybe one of the longest was Texas last Sunday. So it's been 4 days since that one. As we see the one of Kurt Busch got right back on the bumper of Jimmy Johnson, shoved him out there a ways.
Yeah, Jimmy Johnson, we've mentioned it. His cars have been okay this time at year, or different times of year. This is a Duncan leading. That's not Jimmy Johnson looking right there. That mistake, wrecking, coming to the green and white checkered, and then right here, that's Speedway racing. Him and the 4 get together, get spun around, but in the end, the results sustain. And then here, 48 pulls out, hits his tire. That's a penalty of Pocono, and the hits just keep on coming. Right here, big controversy. I see this as Jimmy's fault. He turns across the nose of the 2. The 2 is not going to lift in the closing laps. And then a week ago, just gets too high into the wall. I mean, that I'm not saying driving these cars are easy, but this is a 7-time champ, a guy that has won so many races. These are not the mistakes we are used to seeing out of Jimmy Johnson, but there's still time. He's trying to right the season, currently running in the 11th position, trying to hunt down Eric Jones for that extra point. Remember, he is in the battle for the playoffs.
He's making a lot of time on the bottom of the racetrack to get by the one of Kurt Busch and now to the top of the track. And I know Jimmy really well. He's worked really hard over the last several years to try to improve being able to run against that fence. Not something he's very good at it for the longest time, but he's really improved over the last 4 or 5 years, Parker.
And Junior, speaking to his crew chief, Cliff Daniels, today, he was so animated about their season because of that highlight reel we just put there, Steve, or low light reel, really, because he said, we had the speed. We fixed that issue. If you think back to a year ago, they were trying to just put speed inside this 48 car, get him towards the front. That's what they've done. And then it's just been things upon things that have crept up and taken away points, finishes from them, whether it's the DQ at Charlotte or missing a race. It's been one thing after another, this 48 team, but he said speed we have not lacked, and you could just tell he had so much passion for saying, we will figure this out.
Yeah, I just want to remind you, the 7-time champion announced at the beginning of the year this would be his last season, so it was his kind of swan song going out, hoping to make the playoffs, maybe get that 8th championship that no one has ever done in the sport. Then before Indianapolis, he gets COVID-19, doesn't get to race there, is able to come back, but he just has not had, obviously, the final season that he was looking for.
See right here, Kyle Busch putting a lap on Matt Kenseth. We're talking about no practice and all those situations. I think that lack of practice is the hardest on this guy right here, Matt Kenseth, trying to get his lap back.
Yeah, and the next car to go a lap down is William Byron, sitting there in that battle for a playoff position. Get a lap down early in this race. It could be for a long night. Be hard to work back into that lead lap.
The fastest car on the racetrack, guys, not by a little bit, but by a lot. 3 to 4 tenths a lap is this guy right here, Tyler Reddick. On the boards, making lap time, 6 to go in stage 1. Tyler Reddick, we're going to hear from him all night.
Is it because he's been running up high pretty much the entire race? Is that why we're seeing a lot more speed out of him in a long run?
Well, he loves running on the top. Obviously, the Junior mentioned it earlier, their mile-and-a-half program at RCR is really good, and this racetrack suits Tyler Reddick's driving style. He put it right up there, and on a long run, yes, on old tires, running against the wall is really going to be an advantage.
Kurt Busch currently running in the 12th position. Want to listen into his radio.
Yeah, loose and tight off, basically, is what we have. We start off just crazy loose. That 8's probably the best car on track right now. Yeah, I think we're just, it's like it's over cambered on the right front. That's starting to jump off pretty bad, guys. Tight center out. Yeah, everyone's running the fence now, same as the 8.
He's talking about over cambered, Steve. Talk to us about what that would do, why that'd make the car loose.
Well, if it has too much camber, perhaps he thinks the right front has too much grip. He turns the wheel getting in, the front darts to the bottom, the back slides out. And then if it's over cambered, then when a car loads, there's not enough tire on the ground to have the car keep turning. It's basically tipped up on edge and sliding across the racetrack. I appreciate his analysis. Now, I'd have to call Matt McCall and see if he agrees with that. It's always good for the driver to tell you which corner he thinks is the problem, but there are other ways, air pressure and things that can adjust how that camber affects the car on the racetrack.
That camber is not an adjustment you're going to make during the race. Yeah, you got what you got on that one.
I always like that, though, because I think it gives the crew chief an idea of exactly the feeling that he has. The camber may not be the problem, but he's giving you the understanding of exactly how the car feels using that setting. You can hear him out of the gas trying to get around the lap car.
You say that it can't be fixed or adjusted during the race. We saw Packer added at the last race. I mean, is there something that can maybe make it a little better?
Yeah, absolutely. You could crutch it. You could change the air pressure will affect the amount of tire patch riding on the racetrack. You know, less air, the tire gets squishier, the patch gets bigger. More air, the tire kind of stands up. And as you mentioned, Packer, you could change the height of the corner, and that will affect the camber a little bit, but nothing overcomes aero.
Yeah.
So if your splitter's right, you're not going to change the height of the car just for that, I don't think.
And as we see, Kyle Busch taking the white flag for stage number 1. This is going to be big, and I don't think we can overstate it, because Kyle Busch is the reigning Cup Series champion, and he hasn't won a race, and he hasn't won a stage. This will be the first stage win of 2020 for Kyle Busch if he stays out front here.
Yeah, Rick, if you would have asked me that line in Vegas, if it would have took midsummer to score a playoff point, it would have been a major line the other way. Yeah. Shocking it's taken Kyle Busch this long.
Kyle Busch wins stage 1 at Kansas. Teammate Denny Hamlin finishing a close second. Martin Truex Jr. also out of the Joe Gibbs Racing stable in third. Blaney, Keselowski, Reddick, Harvick, Almirola, Bowman, and Eric Jones will all earn some stage points, but only one gets a playoff point. That's the first playoff point for Kyle Busch. Turns it off. He's going to save a little fuel. That means they don't have to put in as much when it comes to pit road. But stage 1 is complete, and it's Kyle Busch who gets the win. The Lemon Berry Slush Float, just $2.99 for a medium. When life gives you lemonade slush, add real ice cream, more slush, and plenty of strawberries. Sip it and savor it this summer, only for a limited time at Sonic. All right, Junior, talk to me a little bit more about Lost Speedways. A lot of fun filming this?
Yeah, Lost Speedways, man. We go to explore abandoned racetracks all across the country. Me and Matthew Dillon, we had a lot of fun. Hope you'll tune in and watch the show. It's on Peacock TV, new streaming platform for NBC. Go see it. It's free.
It is. I've been enjoying it. So the crew's up on the wall, and we'll go to Parker.
Right, it's no longer the lost season for Kyle Busch and this 18 team getting that first stage win of the season. Complained a little bit about the front end bouncing, even though he won that stage by about a second and a half. It's going to be 4 Goodyear tires, Sunoco fuel, and an air pressure adjustment for the 18, Kelly.
JGR 1, 2, 3. It's Denny Hamlin there in the middle. He said he is really, really good on corner entry. It's the exit where he needs the most help. He also asked the team to check the right front because he said he had contact with the lap car. His teammate Martin Truex Jr. in the 19, on the other hand, said that he started on the splitter and got really tight in traffic. He wants that 19 car to be a little looser in turn 3.
A 11 teams crew, a little bit better. They grabbed a spot. So did Martin Truex Jr. Kyle Busch falls 2 spots, but it's still Joe Gibbs Racing up front. Getting ready for the start of the second stage of the Superstart Batteries 400 from Kansas Speedway. You know, it's not too late to start playing NASCAR Fantasy Live. You can create an entry, join a league today for your chance to win $10,000 cash prize for best overall score. Go to NASCAR.com/fantasy. I think it was a fantasy for Marty to be able to hang out in the command center of RCR. Is that right?
I have to tell you, Rick, the information's overwhelming, but it's pretty cool in here. So left-hand side over here, that's Tyler Reddick's team. The green box at the top, you see 4T. That was the suggestion from the computer. 4 tires for Tyler Reddick. That's what they went with. But look on the right side. That is the green box for Austin Dillon's team. And it says RJ. That means right side tires go on the jack. But instead, Justin Alexander said, hey, I know that won't work for us. We're way too loose to do 2 tires, so I'm going to go with 4 tires instead. So, Steve, a lot of times in Formula One, the strategist will go no matter what it says with what's going on in that green box. But in NASCAR, there's still very much a human element. Justin Alexander saying, thanks for the information, computer, but I know 4 tires is better for us.
Well, the big difference is the size of the facility. Formula One, they pit under green, only 15 or so cars on a spread out road course. Here, 35 to 40 cars on a confined 1.5 mile racetrack. Traffic can determine the success of a strategy more than perhaps anything. So right here, I want to take a look. This is the 18 of Kyle Busch. Look at the upper grill that has that white box clearly labeled. The lower grill, no white box, right? The reason I point that out is here on the pit stop, watch this tire changer. He's going to change the right front tire. He's going to roll the tire around, and some tape is going to be added. Right there on the upper grill, right inside the white box. I bring that up because last year at Miami, remember Denny Hamlin had that large piece of tape added and overheated on the Toyotas. That's something I've noticed this year, that upper grill clearly labeled where they can add tape.
Back up through the grills, back up through the gears they go. And again, it's Joe Gibbs Racing 1 and 2, but here comes the 2 of Brad Keselowski to give Denny Hamlin a shove.
I was gonna say, I thought you had it right. I thought Brad had his rear bumper through the grill, pushing the 11 car so hard on the front straightaway.
I bring up that tape because, as you see, the sun's starting to set out in Kansas. The track is going to cool, so isn't the air. Tape that thing up. Dale Jr., downforce, every driver's best friend.
Yeah, absolutely. Always asking the driver, the crew chief always asking the driver, what's the temperature? What's the temperature? Because they want to be able to add tape. Every pit stop makes that car drive so much better. Look at Brad Keselowski on the outside of Martin Truex Jr. for second. Truex going to try to side draft him, slow him down a little bit. Not quite get there.
He could have rolled in behind Brad.
Yep.
Instead, he chose the bottom, thinks he can clear him.
Brad fighting back on that outside, down the front straightaway. Great battle behind him between Kyle Busch and the 12.
Kyle's leading this race. Got beaten off pit road. Now,
Toyota side pattern. He sees it go down into turn 1 and clear the 12 of Blaney. Still got that battle for second place. Keselowski fighting hard on that outside. His new tire is going to work pretty good on that bottom for the 19 of Truex, but he just can't clear him. Oh, he's got him just right there, but no, Brad back on the outside, down the front straightaway.
A game of inches, and once again on pit road there was an incident with the 24 of William Byron. They had a uncontrolled tire, so he had to serve that penalty.
Yeah, he was already the last car on the lead lap coming to pit road, so see 19 try to get to that quarter panel, just sniff that side draft a little bit. That's enough. That's enough to help him run the bottom, kind of slingshot past Brad Keselowski, and finally clear for second.
But Brad has come back into the mix here. It seems like so far in this race, up front, it's been either Joe Gibbs Racing or Team Penske.
How close he gets. They're getting aggressive with the side drafting, just inches off the quarter panel on that 2 car.
So, Junior, I know we talk about this at the super speedways, but side drafting, not really accelerating the 19, but pulling the 2 car back.
Absolutely, yeah. We used to see it just at Daytona and Talladega, maybe at Michigan, but now we see it everywhere with these cars with the horsepower down. it's just another way to try to make a pass, set up a pass, create an opportunity to get by a guy.
Horsepower down because these engines make around 750 horsepower, but restricted down to 550 at these mile-and-a-half tracks.
We just saw Kyle Busch put the hand out the window and wave to Brad Keselowski, more of a thank you.
Yeah, I think Brad probably, or at least Kyle's understanding is that Brad didn't make that too hard of a battle. Like that he was watching the 19 and the 2 battle pretty hard there for second, but Brad allowed the 18 to go by much easier. We got a battle for the lead up there between Truex and Hamlin. March car's fast. They made some adjustments. I thought Hamlin had the best car on the racetrack all the last run, but this 19 of Truex, they made some adjustments and improved that car. Now it's just a matter of getting there before Denny gets to the top. You know, once Denny goes to the top, it's almost impossible to be able to get by that fast lead car. But
it becomes a game of chess too with you guys, because I noticed there Denny Hamlin went down the racetrack a little bit where Martin Truex Jr. had been running, and you say clean air on the front of these cars is so important.
You got to keep the guy behind you guessing. You can't, even if it slows your car down a little bit, running a different line, it's going to slow him down more by taking that air away. And you really have to drive with your mirror. If you're not going to, they're going to just take advantage of you. Kelly.
Denny Hamlin, the most recent winner here at Kansas, said, my car is, I'm so good when I can charge into the corners, which is exactly what Chris Gabehart has given him tonight. He said he was super optimistic coming into this race because last fall when he won this race, he had a car that was, quote, rocket fast. Remember, this is a team with 4 wins in the bag. But Chris Gabehart told me, look, when I look back, I feel like we could have won 8 races already this season, and I feel like we should have won 6. So we have got a chip on our shoulder, and we are highly motivated to get back to victory lane. So this team not resting on their laurels. They are hungry for more playoff points, more wins ahead of the playoffs.
I talked to Denny about that accident in Indianapolis as we see Tyler Reddick climb the banking once again, running right up against the wall. And he was, a matter of fact, he's like, buddy, I was counting down the laps. He wasn't getting by me. My car, I was running 80% to stay in front of Harvick. It was no problem. Like, didn't even seem nervous about it. He knew the size of the event, but was just so calm to say I was 10, 9. He just knew he had control of that race. I think that's what made the loss such a bigger deal, Jeff, right? Is he knew he had it in his grasp.
Yeah, it was a huge race, too. As we're watching Tyler Reddick, you know, Tyler Reddick, we talked about how fast he was in the long run, right? But look at the price he plays at the start of the run. He had the fastest race car on the racetrack, right against the top. But on this restart, he hasn't really lost spots, but look at the time he's lost. He's almost 5 seconds behind Denny Hamlin. So, it's a battle for the lead. He's going to have to find a way to take off faster like these two guys can.
And there was a little side drafting. Does it work for Martin Truex Jr.? Can he take the lead away from Denny Hamlin? He does as they go into 1.
I didn't think the 19 had a chance. I thought the 11 controlled the top and was just going to take the air away. And shows how much I know. Martin Truex Jr. drives right up and now driving away from the 11.
I'm so surprised by that pass. The 19 made some adjustments under caution. They're much faster than that 11 car, Denny Hamlin.
Martin Truex Jr. out front of Kansas. Third caution of the night has come out. This time it's for Bubba Wallace and the 43. He spun, and he's got a right front tire that is down. Let's take a look at what happened.
Back in the middle of 3 and 4.
He's back in 22nd place, and obviously car not handling well, just got away from him.
As you can see right here through the grass, a little bit on the left front, but doesn't look like a lot of damage, and he did a nice job being patient driving around with that flat right front tire.
There, you heard him say that was miserable. Parker?
Hey guys, Kyle Busch will be hitting here out of 3rd place. Just says he's over slipping the right rear right now. So just a bit loose. Hearing a lot of cars talking about cars getting to the loose side, Kelly.
Well, it's the same for his teammate Denny Hamlin in that number 11. He said he can't be aggressive because he was just getting too free. So they're going to make an air pressure adjustment on the 11. And the 3rd Joe Gibbs Racing teammate, you see there, Martin Truex Jr., said it was a good adjustment. Last time on pit road, he wanted his crew chief to go just a little bit further with it.
2-tire strategy for Brad Keselowski puts him in front of Martin Truex Jr., Kyle Busch, and Denny Hamlin. NASCAR on NBCSN is brought to you by Credit One Bank. official credit card of NASCAR. Perfect for race fans. And by Toyota. Well, the caution came out for Bubba Wallace, and if you saw our pre-race show, you probably saw NFL superstar Bernard Pollard was on there with Rutt, and he was talking about the fact that he got involved watching NASCAR because of Bubba Wallace, and they had a great interview. Here's a little clip.
Everybody keeps saying, Bernard, you got to go for a ride along. And I'm looking like, I'm good watching on TV. I can stay at a distance, you know what I mean? Like, because I told people, I'm that dude that when that engine rev, I might scream. And it might be an accidental scream, but it's going to sound weird. And I don't want that over my head.
Again, that's just a little clip. And Bernard, you're not going to be the first one that screamed a little bit, because we've had quite a few ride along with Jeff Burton in the NBC Sports car. And you can actually see that full interview. It's on NBC Sports YouTube channel.
Well, it's a new fan, too. He's brilliant, because I wouldn't ride with these guys either. Good call, Bernard.
Yeah,
good call.
He learned early. Marty.
Hey, Rick, I want to talk about the predictive software and what it told on RCR. They went with 4 tires here, but the cool thing is we told you it builds data on teams, and even though Chad Knaus is being filled in this week for Keith Rodden, check out where the 24 car is. It predicted before the stops that he would take right side tires, and guess what William Byron did? They went with right side tires. It also predicted that Jeremy Bolins would go with right side tires for Brad Keselowski. So this computer is pretty smart. It predicted the future.
Does it know who's going to lead the next lap?
That thing's going to put us out to work.
I couldn't predict what I was going to do. I wish you could have told me.
And now it's Brad Keselowski, Martin Truex Jr. approaching the Geico restart zone. 56 laps to go in stage 2.
Great launch by Brad.
Interesting to see him choose the bottom there, but he pulls up in front of the 19. The 19's going to try to get that quarter panel. He's got some great help behind him.
Remember, 2 tires on that 2 car.
And that's my concern. I think for 2 tires to work, you have to keep clean air. If he loses the lead, it's going to hurt, but Denny Hamlin's going to help him.
Wow, that's surprising.
That is.
Teammate Martin Truex Jr. was on the outside, and Denny Hamlin pushed the 2.
Look at Blaney on the outside of Hamlin trying to make it 3 wide. Now he's got the preferred lane.
They race for the lead. Martin Truex Jr. edging out Keselowski as went across the stripe, but let's see if Keselowski can battle back on that inside line.
Wow, Brad arced it into turn 1 on the inside, real tight on the 19. Was expecting him to get a little bit loose there, but hung on to it side by side for the lead.
Here comes Blaney. Look at him, he's way up the racetrack. He got 2 in 1 lap. What's he going to do? Yeah, what's he going to do? I think he's probably going to try to get to the 19.
Well, he'll have a little momentum here as these guys sidetrack. They slow each other down. He's going to have to run.
He goes even higher. 3 wide.
Look at him bottoming out.
Sparks. They continue to side draft for the lead. Martin Truex Jr. now edging just ahead, but once again, Keselowski side drafts, and now he comes back.
Brad's cleared him.
Man, Brad made some great work there with those 2 tires. Surprised he's able to hang on to the lead.
I did not think he would be able to hang on to the lead.
That right there, I thought Brad was going to turn it around. With a car that close to your door, as you're turning the wheel left down in the corner, entering at such high speeds, you take all the side force off your car.
Riding along with Harvick.
Harvick's car looks a little better this run. He's been struggling just a little bit. Seems like he has some more speed.
Holding on to that 5th spot right now. Kurt Busch, Eric Almirola, Kyle Busch, and Eric Jones back behind him, as well as Logano, all in the top 10.
So right here, the 24 of William Byron. We heard Marty report 2 tires on Keselowski, 2 tires on the 24. Well, this is how important restarts are. Keselowski, with that side drafting, still the leader. The 24 of Byron, he's already minus 4 spots since the restart. So 2 tires much harder to work back in traffic.
Kyle Busch going to the high side now. He's working his way around traffic.
Now that it's kind of calmed down. I say it was calmed down. Look at that block in front of the 48. These 2 are...
Ooh, Tyler Reddick trying to take that line, but just in front of him. It's the 38 of John Hunter Nemechek, the 23-year-old out of Mooresville, North Carolina, that doesn't want to give him the spot.
John Hunter had a big mirror down the front stretch. He used every lane available. We'll see if he blocks the 8 right here, Kelly.
Tyler Reddick sliding back just a little bit on that restart. We know how much he loves to run that high line. You see him get up right against the wall. Remember, we watched him do it in the Xfinity Series a year ago, but those were composite bodies that would really take a beating and bounce back. Well, before that competition caution, sounds like he came a little bit too friendly with the wall. Have a listen.
I don't plan on hitting the wall again, but if I do, it'd be nice to know how much more room I got left. Let's just go with the first and not hit it. It's like our car Bristol, but, you know, it's fun to drive. Good here, Randall. I like it.
So the team telling him, please don't hit the wall, but they did check for damage, and there was really none to speak of, but kind of some fun banter there between Tyler and his crew chief.
Here comes Reddick as he tries to get by that 48 of Jimmy Johnson, and now a fight for this second spot. Martin Truex Jr. has it. Ryan Blaney's trying to take it away. Really a seesaw battle right now between Joe Gibbs Racing and Team Penske.
It sure is. You really can't tell who's going to be dominant from one run to the next. Just about everybody's had a shot at leading this race for some time. Brad Keselowski up there right now. Blaney was quick. Hamlin led a lot of laps. Kyle led some laps.
You remember Logano led laps early. He's back in 10th, but he had that tire violation, right? So he's slowly working his way back through the field.
I'll tell you one thing this tells me is the importance of pit stops and track position, right? If you're gonna pit with the lead or you're gonna pit run in second, you need to keep that spot or gain spots. If you lose them on pit road, then you may never get them back on the racetrack.
You can write that down for the next, I don't know, 20 races.
You see Truex hounding the 2-car Brad Keselowski. Sort of similar to how he was trying to get around his teammate Denny Hamlin earlier. He runs a little bit lower, trying to keep a little air on the nose of that Toyota as he's following the 2, off turn 2, down the back straightaway. Brad's going to run that high side, try to make him pass him on the bottom. And that 19's good. To be able to run that good in the middle groove of the racetrack and maintain with a car that's running the high side. Here he is.
Yeah, he just straightened out the front straightaway to make it shorter. That puts him side by side with Keselowski. Can he clear him?
For the lead.
Easily. Golly, that 19 is good. Look at Brad. Ooh,
yeah, he was loose
there. So right as the 19 gets almost a little bit to the left of the 2, it dumps so much nose on the right front of the front grill of that 2-car. Pins the nose and turn the car sideways.
Now, how bad of a situation is it going to be for Keselowski now that he's not out in front, not with clean air, and he only took 2 right side tires on that last pit stop?
I mean, mission accomplished, though. I mean, when you look at 45 laps to go in this stage, he might fall back to 4th or 5th. Those 2 tires are still going to gain him that track position.
Under 45 laps to go in stage 2. And we're on lap 119 of the 267 of the Super Start Batteries 400, where the 19 of Martin Truex Jr. is out in front. Now, during this year's NASCAR Salutes Refreshed by Coca-Cola program, we've been highlighting stories of military members who have gone above and beyond in our communities. Now, let's hear from Coke Racing family driver Joey Logano, who spoke with Chaplain Major Stinchcomb of Maryland Army National Guard.
Hey, Chaplain Stinchcomb, how you doing today? Thanks for joining me on our virtual meet.
Thank you for the invite. This is an awesome opportunity. The National Guard, we serve typically 1 week in a month and 2 weeks in the summer. We were activated, and we've been activated since mid-March. I know many of our service members were very thankful to be able to serve in such a practical way, such as doing food banks, food distribution centers, and other areas that we've been able to serve throughout this whole time.
So NASCAR, Coca-Cola, and the USO are going to have a food drive in Kansas and Maryland. So it's going to be an amazing experience. Thank you for the progress that you've made, the impact that you've made in our communities. It has not gone unnoticed.
Thank you so much. We're excited about what you guys are doing as well. Thank you.
There you go. Another great story from this year's NASCAR Salutes program. If you want to read them all, you can go to NASCAR.com/salutes. Parker.
Well, guys, as we watch the two-car Brett Keselowski start to fall back here, remember he took 2 tires, and the reason being Jeremy Bullins came on the radio after making that call and said, hey, I like track position. Let's see how track position does. Well, it's not quite working out for them because they were just outside the top 5 before making that 2-tire call, but definitely some sort of a litmus test for the rest of the race to know, okay, you can get the lead, you just can't hold on to it as long as they've tried here with the 2-car.
So he fought. He got the lead. The 2-tire stop had him up front. He wasn't able to hold off the 19. Martin Truex Jr. took the spot. Then Denny Hamlin went by him. Now Ryan Blaney's about to get by him. But, Steve, you still think a good call strategy-wise?
Yeah, I don't think it's hurt his performance at all. And even if it does cost you, say, 4 or 5 spots, now you're smarter. You know how your car drives on 2 tires. You know what adjustments you may make if you do it later, Jeff.
The guys that were paying attention to the front of the pack, Clint Bowyer, he is running back in 24th. Look where he is in the points. And he talked about in the pre-race how he needed to get in the top 12 in points. Remember, they're drawing out of a hat to establish their qualifying position. They draw out of the top 12 in points, and then they draw from 13th to 25th. He's trying to get in that top 12 to improve his qualifying position. Well, he's running way in the back, and that's hurting him in a lot of ways. This team's going to have to find a way today to make this car drive better. Let's listen to what they're dealing with.
Okay, bud, that was another half round down the right rear. We had done one previously.
Do you got the splitter up or something? Something bad the other way.
Yeah, we'll go back on that. We'll get you straightened up some more.
So obviously the conversation about how to make the car better, telling the driver what they've done to the car so he can understand the changes that have been made and what he's feeling. A lot of work to do right now, Steve.
It is, but his teammate, the 10 of Eric Almirola, is having a career year. Most laps led in a career, most top 5s in a career season. And now here he is running in the 7th position. Look at that, 7 straight top 10s, once again running well. You know, this is kind of what this 10 car does. They hang around inside the top 10, try to make adjustments late. They've had a lot of top 5s, a lot of top 10s, not making mistakes. As we talk about other teams, Rick, that make mistakes, this 10's been very efficient. Other than the blend line a week ago, that was probably their biggest issue.
Right behind him, Eric Jones gained a ton of points at Texas last week. Come into this race minus 24 from the bubble. It's a great track for him. He's got 4 straight finishes of 7th or better at Kansas. Moving through the field, Parker.
This is a great track for him, Dale. That's what Chris Gale was talking about. But one thing interesting about the 20 has been pit road. They have actually, at this point going in today, changed all but 1 crew member on that pit crew from the start of this season. It has definitely been a struggle for them to keep track position when they came down pit road. But they've made that change. They've been able to hold it here today, Kelly.
Back to Eric Almirola, and Steve mentioned that 7 straight top 10 finish run that he's in. 5 of those were top 5 finishes. And when I talked to his crew chief, Mike Bugarevich, he said, really, it's just some polishing that we need to do. We just need to fine-tune things. He said, it is so hard to win in this series. You have to do absolutely everything right. So they know they've had the performance. He said, Eric's got the confidence. He's learned how to race up front around these top 5 guys. Now it's just putting together a complete race, but they have got the confidence in this car that they can get to victory lane.
Yeah, she talked about putting a complete race together. Well, I would think that Jimmie Johnson feels the same way. Restarted 19th. He's driven back up to 10th place. This is what we expect to see from Jimmie Johnson, picking up a lot of spots on restarts. You know, I think one thing's difficult for these guys. When you start making mistakes in the race car, start making mistakes on pit road, you almost, in some kind of weird way, start expecting it, right? And you got to find a way to get over that. Obviously, Jimmie Johnson, 7-time champion, has the ability, but is tonight the kind of night where they can have just a steady night and get this ship righted? Parker.
Well, and that's been the key here. You know, they talked about, when I was talking to Cliff Daniels about last year, you know, when they were rumbling towards the end of the season, it was like they didn't quite have the speed to challenge for a win. They didn't have the speed really to be in the playoffs. But then this year, they have that speed. He said, you know, the mentality right now with the races we have left to the playoffs is we can go after a win. We have the speed to go win races. And Steve, you know, that's a mentality shift. If you're going to go race for points or you're going to go race for a win, it's an entirely different mentality you have to have as a team. And right now, they have their eyes set on a win because they believe the speed is in that car.
Yeah, Parker, it's how you call the race, it's how many tires you put on, it's how big of adjustments you make. And the driver and the crew chief have to agree. That's a conversation that has to have off the racetrack.
The only thing is that, and I know this is a long race, but you saw it. Jimmy Johnson and Kurt Busch, those are only two Chevrolets in the top 10, in 9th and 10th. Jimmy just took that spot away, but they got to get a little bit more speed. They had it earlier in the year, but right now the Fords, the Penske, the Toyotas, and Joe Gibbs are the guys that are dominating these races here.
On board with Kyle Busch. It looks like those two tires of Brad Keselowski are finally giving up a little grip with 28 laps to go. Back to 5th. He was 4th before the pit stop, so lesson learned, but maybe not positions gained.
Well, we were talking about Clint Boyer earlier and his struggle so far tonight. Look at him trying to find speed and just, oh, wow. Look at how loose that is. You can't say he's not trying. Look at the black marks coming off the rear tires. Got to get that car driving better.
His home state here, Emporia, Kansas, would definitely want a better performance in front of, well, an empty grandstand. But his friends and family obviously supporting him here in Kansas. As we see Tyler Reddick, you mentioned the Chevrolets that are in the top 10. Well, now rookie Tyler Reddick has put his Chevrolet into the top 10 as he got by Kurt Busch. Marty.
May not get it. It's fine.
Go ahead, Marty.
Hey, Rick, Tyler Reddick obviously gaining a lot of speed right now, and they've noticed that here. So Eric Warren's computer shows, if Eric, you can point to that, his graph basically from how he was on that first run of the day. Right now is when he's picking up time. That is his gap to the leader, and actually he is gaining tons of time right now on the front-running JGR car. So it's interesting. They're watching kind of everything here, but you're right. A minute ago, Jeff, you mentioned how Tyler is slow at the beginning of a run. Way too free for Tyler Reddick, and they've talked about what changes they can make to make it better on a short run.
So right now, yes, it's taking too long. Steve, what's in every long run?
Yeah, a short
run, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So this team has got to find a way for this car to fire off quicker. I know that's their mission right now. Now listen, if you get an extremely long run, green flag, pit stops, maybe this can work out. But this race is clicking off. They got to find a way to have better pit stops, better restarts, and better speed at the beginning of the runs.
Past the halfway point from here at Kansas Speedway, these two Chevrolets fighting for a spot potentially in the playoffs as we go NASCAR nonstop.
USAA is made for what's next. No matter what challenges life throws at you, we're always here to help with fast response and great service. And it doesn't stop there. We're also here to help look ahead. That's why we're helping members catch up by spreading any missed USAA insurance payments over the next 12 months so you can keep more cash in your pockets for when it matters most. And that's just one of the many ways we're here to help the military community. Find out more at USAA.com.
The new barbecue rib, or any footlong, is just $5 when you buy two. Only in the Subway app.
The way things are changing is personal. And while everyone's financial needs are different, we're working to help with each one. So your small business stays open, your community thrives, and you're ready for what's next. Because we've always done what's right. So whether you're out with a friend, thinking about your business, or spending lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of time with the kids, we're here. It's how we're making a difference, now and for the future. PNC Bank.
A Busch Light update has finally arrived. Meet our newest product, Busch Light Apple. The crispness of Busch, the light sweetness of apple flavor. It's like the sound of refreshment meets the taste of the orchard. Get them Get them while they're cold.
The die-hard batteries you know and trust are now at Advance. Unrivaled performance meets unrivaled expertise. Die-hard batteries, now at Advance Auto Parts.
I am proud of this place we call home. And the men and women of this nation who stand unafraid, sacrificing everything in order to keep us safe.
And in their honor, I salute them in any way I can. I am NASCAR.
The official app of NASCAR can put race coverage, live in-car cameras right at your fingertips. You can unlock premium content today with a free trial. You get access to team radio communications, enhanced telemetry, an ad-free experience. All you have to do is search NASCAR in your app store. You can visit NASCAR.com/mobile. As we look at the Toyota driver update, Martin Truex Jr. out in front. Denny Hamlin, teammate right there. And around goes the 17. And so Chris Buescher brings the caution out.
All right, you're good here.
Chris Buescher, almost a driver swap, the situation from a year ago. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. was driving the 17. Now Chris Buescher brought back to Roush Fenway Racing. And you see the issue there for him. He was running 25th.
Yeah, looks like he spun out off of turn 2. Let's take a look and see how that happened there. Back there in the third groove.
Looks very similar to Bubba Wallace, his incident.
Yeah, following Clint Boyer right in his tracks, you know, just lost the air on the car and around it came. It's like these cars are spinning out really quickly. Once they're getting sideways, it's almost like they can't save it. The right front tire pops there.
I'm not rooting bad luck on anyone, but it is refreshing to see these cars are so tough to, you know, we hear all the time, some people say how, oh, they're easy to drive. Well, you know, these two drivers would disagree, right, Jeff?
Yeah, this right here concerns me, Steve. All the sparks, what's getting damaged underneath that car?
Yeah.
Obviously, we saw Bubba Wallace come on pit road, did not have that. So right now, I worry about this team and what kind of damage has happened.
Yeah, that's definitely some right front suspension. Looks like what's dragging there for sure.
Yeah, I think the concern is the sway bar arm could get drug off and come unhooked.
So interesting, you guys referenced that looked a lot like Bubba Wallace. Well, the 43 of Bubba Wallace is going to get the free pass because he was the first car scored a lap down, and so he will get back on the lead lap. That'll put 26 cars on the lead lap, and those lead lap cars are now on pit road. Kelly.
And we've got a pair of Joe Gibbs Racing cars leading us down pit road. You see Denny Hamlin in the 11 up there. Said he was free on entry and exit tight across the center. He actually brushed the wall at one point. The team said the right side looks good. 4 tires for him. Martin Truex Jr. said he was really good for a while. Then he just got free all the way through the corner until he hit a tight spot. But he said no changes for this one. Truex just getting greasy. And then you see Ryan Blaney already out of his pit stall in the number 12.
So Blaney and their team, the 2-tire stop worked out for him. Jimmy Johnson as well. We'll see if 2 tires work better. A couple rookies up there with Reddick and John Hunter Nemechek. Busch is harvesting their Busch Light apple tree to give away a case worth of beer every single lap of tonight's race. Tweet hashtag Busch Light Apple and hashtag sweepstakes during every lap for your chance to win.
What Olympic sport do you feel like you do the best in?
I'd have to go with archery. I'm slow. I'm old. I can't jump. I'm not sure I would do well in it, but I did swim in high school. There's new ones.
Yeah, there's skateboarding, there's surfing.
Not that.
Freestyle BMX.
Not that. Ping pong.
How are you at speed walking?
Now that I could probably hop on board with. You know, I actually think that would be my best chance. Yeah.
You're pretty good.
Doing the shimmy.
Yeah, because you can't.
You have to heel toe.
You see the graphic Tokyo 2020. It's going to be 2021, and it's exactly 1 year away today. And Junior, you actually were able to experience the Winter Olympics, right?
I did. I mean, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to see the best athletes in the world compete in person. I couldn't believe the opportunity. I got to go, and I got to see just some amazing competitions, and hope to go back. We'll see.
You see some players at the top of the field. Blaney, 2 tires, I think, trying to steal a stage win, that playoff point. But Johnson, Reddick, Nemechek, all on 2 tires. Only 13 to go, and we take the green in this stage, and it's all about points. When you look at the bubble, here it is. Johnson and Reddick right there on the bubble. John Hunter Nemechek is just off the screen. He thinks, can I steal enough points to get in this mix? So as we see the lights come back off the pace car. Oh, I think we could get one more lap. So, guys.
And that's what they want.
Yeah.
Those guys on the tires. They want this caution to last as long as it can. They want to make that run as short as it can possibly be on those older tires.
And, you know, Jeff, this is from what we saw out of Brad. You know, Rick, you were saying, hey, how did that work out for Brad? I don't think his 2 tires helped him. It filled their notebook of information, but it also filled the notebook of every other team. Marty has been reporting all day long at RCR about how that program sees what everyone is doing. So I'm sure it showed Tyler Reddick's team, hey, 2 tires wasn't all that bad for Brad Keselowski.
All right, Marty, we know that computer's been very smart. Did it know that we were going to add another lap before the green?
It did not know that, Rick, but it did say, Steve's got it right. You see the green boxes there for Tyler Reddick and Randall Burnett going right side on the gas, and that's exactly what they did. It also suggested Austin Dillon did that, but they have too many changes to do that car. But the computer's already predicting that some of those guys who came in to take 4 tires this time, Steve, they'll stay out at the end of the stage, connect that window to the very end of the race. So it's already working ahead to figure out what everybody's going to do, whether they took 2 or 4 on that last stop. But no doubt about it, it knows those points you mentioned, Steve, and a new Tyler Reddick needed to go with right side tires. And as Richard Childress just said a moment ago, go get you some, Tyler. So they're going to watch this restart with much anticipation here at RCR.
Marty, I love the information, but you're giving me flashbacks. I'm going to have to sit down here. You're giving me a headache from all the days of that decision. But, you know, you see on the left-hand side, that group at the front took 2, as Marty was saying, from Truex on down. They're worried about the end of the race, Rick, which is only 120 laps away. So they've kind of given up this stage to figure out the best strategy for the checkered flag.
This is great that RCR has given us this this perspective, because so many times, and especially I came from a background of stick and ball sports, and everyone asked me, you know, what is so tough about going left and going fast? Well, there is so much involved, and we see the technology that these teams are utilizing as we get ready for the restart. 12 laps to go. Blaney and Jimmy Johnson making up row 1.
Blaney's by himself. No good push from behind. Great push on that inside. Might send the 48 out in the lead here. Now the 11 back behind the 12. Denny Hamlin's going to come in there and help Blaney on this outside line.
Should be a lot of momentum on this outside line down the back straightaway. Look at them lined up. Big push for Blaney. Hamlin in the second.
Hamlin's going to try to get to the lead here. He's got those 4 tires. He's not going to give away this opportunity to win the stage.
Denny Hamlin wants to get things going in the right direction. After having such great success, he had 3, you would call them bad races. 28th, 12th, 20th for the 11 team, which he was so dominant, he and Kevin Harvick. Now it looks like he's getting back to the old form that we've seen in 2020 for Hamlin.
Yeah, he had a little speed earlier in the race. Led 153 laps here last year. It's an opportunity to win tonight for Denny. Look at these guys.
Mixing it up back here. That's Christopher Bell on the high side up there in the 95.
Second half of the season, I think, looks up. Oh, my goodness. I'm not sure where the 9 was going. That was a heck of a wiggle. I was mentioning, I think the second half, guys, is going to be better for the 95 going back to some of these tracks. I know it's his first time to Kansas, but he'll see this track again in the fall.
John Hunter Nemechek in that white car on the outside. Stayed out, just did 2 tires, trying to make it work. See a battle here. Kyle Busch going to Jimmy Johnson.
That's for 5th. And Kyle Busch will take that spot. It's side by side now as Hamlin is under fire from the 10. Eric Almirola is trying to take the spot away from him. Fight for 3rd is on, and Almirola surging on the bottom of the racetrack.
Yeah, we saw the 2 tires work okay for Keselowski, but none of the other players except for Blaney. He's holding the lead, but Johnson's falling back, Reddick's falling back. The 2 tires not working on those other cars.
Wow, that's a Denny almost to the fence.
Right up against the wall.
That car's just not driving real good right now. To see 10 car go by him, I know Eric runs great here, but Denny's been so fast earlier in this race, but right now not looking too good.
It's got to feel good for Eric to come back here and run good after that horrific accident where he was injured up against the wall and broke his back.
Yeah. And he's struggling right now, guys. Having to run that high side this early in the run on these tires. I don't think he'd prefer to do that.
His teammate Kyle Busch going to the bottom of the racetrack. You hear him feathering the throttle there a little bit, but he's going to take the spot away from Denny. Wow.
Denny looks like he's been in the fence a little bit.
Yeah, he got in the fence, had some contact. Doesn't look bad.
The crossover move by Hamlin. Does he take the spot back?
No, the damage isn't bad, but if that right rear quarter panel loses some of its flare, it's definitely going to be less grip. That air pushing on the side of the car helps these cars in the middle of the corner.
And he fights back to get that position. Let's see this here. The contact just slides up there, gets a little bit too high. I don't know if he got in the wall there. It might have happened sooner.
That looks like a homestead kiss right there, man. That's all right. I think he'll be okay with that.
And then right on the back bumper of Kyle as he went back down and was able to get back in front of Kyle.
That shows you how important 6 laps to go. They're racing for that one position. Kyle way out of the gas.
And that's going to hurt him way more down here in 3 and 4, right? Not being in the gas for so long.
That's one thing that with this high drag, low horsepower package, a lot of people think they're easy to drive. You see Kyle Busch, what kind of moment he had right there. These things they're not easy to drive by any means.
Closing the gap, the 4 of Kevin Harvick as Ryan Blaney, Brad Keselowski right now running 1 and 2.
Yeah, that gamble by Todd Gordon put 2 tires on Ryan Blaney, try to win the stage for the playoff point, where here comes the 2, his teammate Brad Keselowski. He knows what it feels like on 2. He just had him a pit stop ago. See if he can use that information. There's those white gloves you like, Junior, sawing on the wheel.
Brad's been faster than Blaney for sure. He's running down.
4 laps to go in stage 2. And guys, was that a little attempt at maybe a block when Blaney came down in the middle of the racetrack, almost looking like he was going to go in front of Brad?
They just trying to not give Brad a draft down the front straightaway.
All right, take a look at tonight's Xfinity fastest lap, and Logano has turned the fastest lap. It was on the 2nd lap of the race. How about Brad Keselowski on lap 150? Yeah, we just went by that about 7 laps ago.
Brad needs to show him something different. Blaney's picked up that Brad wants to be on the bottom in 3 and 4. Look at this run that Brad's going to get. So down the back straightaway, a lot of forward momentum. Now, what's Brad going to do with it? Ryan thinks he's going to go to the bottom because he's been going there. This time, Brad stays on the top. It's a good move by Brad. Not go to the bottom. Try something different.
Coming up on 2 to go. 2 to go in stage 2. And again, the chess game. Blaney trying to be in front of the 2 of Keselowski.
Brad running to the bottom. Going to try to get side by side with him. I think he's going to get there. Can he hold him? Can he get to that quarter panel, side draft him? Will he be able to carry enough speed, staying away from him, getting into 1?
Here he dives down into turn 3 with the momentum from the side draft. Blaney on the high side. Can Blaney stay there? He's pretty loose. Brad's going to clear.
Good racing right there by teammates.
Yeah. Blaney's car just too loose to hang on to it.
So what we're learning about tires, Steve, in the right situation, 2 can work, but they're not going to last very long.
Yeah, better be a short sprint if you want me to hold on with 2 tires, as Blaney now tries to keep it out of the fence. Oh, Denny Hamlin, you talked about how much he struggled. That's a big slide job, and Eric Almirola back there.
Sure did. I think Eric's going to battle back here and take that spot back.
Good stage win.
Good stage win for Brad Keselowski. Ryan Blaney was 2nd. Almirola is hanging on for 3rd. Denny Hamlin, Kyle Busch all in the top 5. Harvick, Eric Jones, Truex Jr., Jimmy Johnson, and Chase Elliott all in the top 10. I'll tell you what, we know on the other side of the break we're going to see pit stops and another restart. This was the most recent. Take a look at this, guys.
Yeah, I didn't think that the outside line was organized. Denny sees that opportunity, jumps up there to push this 12 car of Blaney out in the lead down the back straightaway.
Everybody fighting for position. Still 107 laps to go. Restarts are only going to get more intense.
In the end, it was Brad Keselowski who wins stage 2. Tonight's aerial coverage brought to you by Geico. Down on this big 1.5-mile racetrack here of Kansas Speedway. So coming up on Saturday on NBCSN, the Xfinity Series will take their turn on the 1.5 miles here in Kansas. And a year ago, it started off as a discussion. Well, that was the big 3. from last year. Now they're racing in the Cup Series. Saw Cole Custer in there, Tyler Reddick getting after it. That coverage beginning at 5 p.m. Eastern on NBCSN.
Closing in on just around 100 to go, Rick. We've seen some issues on pit road, some uncontrolled tires. No time to recover at this point, Parker.
Right, Steve. There was a lot of discussion on the Two Cars radio about 2 or 4 tires, but Brad Keselowski said, I want 4 tires. That's what's going to get us to the front here. So it's going to be 4 Goodyear tires, Sunoco fuel, and some tape on the front of the 2 car to help it get some speed here, Kelly.
Eric Almirola in that 10-car pits from the 3rd position. He said he needs to finish off the corner better. The car's really good on entry. Just need help getting off the corner. You see the adjustment there in 4 tires for the 10. Meanwhile, Ryan Blaney, we saw him struggle a little bit on 2 tires. It sounds like that team will go back on some adjustments and give him 4 Goodyear tires for this next stint.
Strategy shaking up again, Steve. Denny Hamlin, Chase Elliott with 2 tire stops. They get out in front of the field. We'll see what you think when we come back.
USAA is made for what's next. No matter what challenges life throws at you, we're always here to help with fast response and great service. And it doesn't stop there. We're also here to help look ahead. That's why we're helping members catch up by spreading any missed USAA insurance payments over the next 12 months so you can keep more cash in your pockets for when it matters most. And that's just one of the many ways we're here to help the military community. Find out more at USAA.com.
If you're ordering McDonald's and your friend says they don't want fries, get them the fries. Or else your fries will be their fries. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
If enjoyment isn't part of the process, don't trust the process.
When you need your bank, Capital One's top-rated app is right here. So you can check your balance, deposit checks, pay bills, or transfer money. When you don't need your bank, put it here. That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
Creamy Ranch, sweet and sour, spicy buffalo, tangy barbecue. Each McNugget, a chance to diversify your sauce portfolio. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Tonight, make sure to stay with us. Comprehensive post-race coverage with Krista, Kyle, and DJ. And that's followed by the American Flat Track Series. They kick off their season with a doubleheader at Volusia Speedway Park. You're not going to want to miss the stars of the world's premier dirt track motorcycle racing series. They go handlebar to handlebar. They'll be fighting for that top spot on the podium. That's all coming up following the Cup race on NBCSN. All right, Krista, what can we expect on that post-race show?
Well, you know, Rick, we spent a lot of time in the pre-race talking about Ryan Blaney and Eric Almirola, how for the last several weeks they've been running up front, leading laps, but they haven't gotten as many wins as they really could have. Eric Almirola is still looking for his first win. So could this be their night? And what or who will we be talking about after the race? Well, remember, for the last 2 weeks, the driver has jumped into the playoffs from outside the fence. Will we see more miracles out of nowhere tonight? Marty, what are the chances the RCR Command Center predicted that I would use yet another song title from Kansas? That's my 3rd, by the way, today.
Krista does not have predictive software for you, but I could have told you that you would hit 3 on Kansas songs today. So, hey, it's four tires for Tyler Reddick there, and they almost did not get the wedge wrench out of the window. Steve, they got it out just in time. So Ray Wright, the pit crew coach, who's sitting right there, is the guy who have to have a talk with the pit crew guys. But they considered 2 on Austin Dillon's car. You see that over there. They did not go with 2, Steve. They are going to go with 4 and try and get that car a little bit better. So loose for both of these race cars here at RCR.
Well, I think it was a perfect example. You told us earlier how they wanted both teams to take right side tires. The 3, when it gets that, took 4 and ended up working better. These restarts are so hard to predict. I know the algorithms say one thing, but traffic is crazy.
All right, drivers, what do you predict for this final segment?
Yeah, I think what we're going to see is, this race, we've seen a lot of cautions late in the race. I have no reason to believe that's not going to happen again tonight.
Yeah, I just want to see where the guys are going to be running as the suns went down. Is that bottom going to get more competitive? And the guys that have been running the top, are they going to fade?
Big question, Ryan Blaney. Can he close? He's up in the top 3 again. He's been dominant at quite a few of the races, but hasn't been able to finish by getting to victory lane. We'll see if tonight's the night. Or what about Kyle Busch? Hasn't won in the 2020 season. Can he get his first win of the season here at Kansas? Denny Hamlin will bring the field back to the green flag. Chase Elliott up front there, a little pit strategy to get the 9 car up, maybe in some clean air. Coming back for the start of stage 3.
Chase Elliott, a big block on Blaney. Blaney tried to make it 3 wide.
Looked like there might have been a little bit of contact with the 18 and 2. Brad Keselowski.
Look at that momentum that it could cost the 12. If the 19 and the 2 get lined up on the outside, Blaney could be in trouble right here.
These restarts are crazy, man. I don't know how these guys do it. Everyone's on attack mode. 4 wide back there. Harvick, Jimmy Johnson, Christopher Bell, Austin Dillon on the bottom, all the way through 3 and 4. Cars getting into each other behind them. Seeing some smoke back there out of the 38 car.
3 wide back there for fourth position. Wow. Now Blaney's pulled in behind Truex, going to try to jump on the outside of Keselowski. Logano trying to make a move. Remember, had that bad pit stop early in the race, still has not recovered from it.
Yeah, it's been tough for him to get through traffic, but man, on this restart, he's done a lot of great work. I think they got speed in that car as he gets closer to the front, gets in cleaner air. At 22 could become a problem for some of these guys up front here with 2 tires.
So far, the 2 tires have worked for Denny Hamlin and Chase Elliott. They remain 1 and 2. Then it's Kyle Busch, Martin Truex Jr. fighting for that spot with Brad Keselowski.
Whoa! Oh man, the 22 got in the apron just a little bit and almost into the side of his teammate, Ryan Blaney. Here comes a 10. There's a run on him.
Tons of momentum lost with Logano when he did clip that apron.
Yeah, I think he expected a little more room from Blaney getting down into turn 3, and he had to pinch the car down into the apron, seeing sparks fly off that splitter. Brad Keselowski to the inside of the 18 of Kyle Busch.
Keselowski's going to take the spot now. Here comes Martin Truex Jr.
It's interesting on these restarts, you got to be able to run that bottom.
Oh, now goes the 42. Matt Kenseth has slid, and he got into the 43 of Bubba Wallace.
Inside on the grass, coming outside.
Yeah, it's broken the right front suspension on that 43 car for
You're
Bubba.
right up in the back of you.
Sounds like someone feels they got contact from behind. Bubba Wallace nowhere to go right there as the car was spinning.
So it must be Bubba that got hit from behind, because there was no damage to the back of the 42. I'm not seeing much damage to the back of the 43 either.
Let's see what happened. Here comes a replay. .42's out of the gas. Loose. I don't think the 37 touched him. Bubba had nowhere to go.
Yeah, there's times there's just nothing you can do. That was the case for Bubba Wallace right there.
Yeah, that's going to be the night for the 43. It broke the right front suspension on that car. We'll see.
I don't know, the 37, he clipped the apron as well, and then when he did, he came up the racetrack just a little bit. Makes me think he did get in the back of the 42, but
yeah.
Parker.
Guys, Matt Kenseth came across the radio and said that he had a vibration in the rear. He could barely drive it. He was just trying not to get run over. Obviously didn't avoid getting run over there with the 37 getting in the back of him and getting spun out, but obviously an issue, maybe a loose wheel on the 42.
Yeah, the 42 is way out of the gas through the corner, just not carrying any speed. And I think the Priest ran up on him, just didn't expect to come up on him so quickly. Tried to stay out of the back of that 42 car. Marty.
Hey, Junior, so here's where the caution comes out, and this place kind of goes crazy. So for Tyler Reddick, it's suggesting right side tires, but if you look at Austin Dillon's side of the screen, it's saying stay out. So this is where the human element comes in, Steve. What do the crew chiefs decide to do when this is what the computer's saying?
Well, I like the call for Austin Dillon to stay out. He's finally worked his way up into the 12th position. Let's try to hold some track position, but Reddick back in 20th. I mean, there's only 26, 27 cars in the lead lap. If I'm Reddick, I'm coming to pit road, and then I'll decide. If no one comes behind me, Rick, it's 4 tires all day. If I bring some guys behind me, I might stick with 2. So let's see. The 37 turns left. The 8 comes with him. I see 4 or 5 guys behind him, probably right side tires for the 8 to make sure I stay in front of those 6 cars or so.
And again, that was Ryan Preece in the 37. 8 coming to you, Kelly.
And I'm hearing the call right there from Randall Barnett. There it is. Fuel only for the 8. So this is going to be a quick in and out for Tyler Reddick. You see the adjustment there to help him out. So under 4 seconds stop there for Tyler Reddick, but they were able to make an adjustment to help him with the handling of his car.
Yeah, and how quickly they have to make a change. You saw that rear tire changer. He looked like he was getting ready to change the tire. Fuel only stop. Here was that smoke you talked about, Dale Jr. Little bumping and banging coming out of 4. You can go inside the headset with access to NASCAR Scanner. You can listen in on that pit strategy, and we've been able to give you even a more inside look, but you can do it all at NASCAR.com/scanner. If you want to start today, it's just $2.99 for a monthly subscription. We have talked a lot about first responders and people helping out in this difficult time. Well, how about Daniel Suarez? He's saying thanks to his aunt and uncle. His aunt actually is an ER doctor, and his uncle is a decorated Army vet. And so he was saying thank you to them as we see a look at Daniel Suarez's family there. And he put a picture on that left rear quarter panel right there. Continuing to salute all the first responders and those that are helping out in this time of need. Marty.
Hey, Rick, checking out Eric Warren and Richard Childress here on the back row. And Eric Warren literally was debating all the way down pit road with Randall Burnett about whether or not to take tires, Steve, on that stop. Last second call not to take tires. So the theory there, they only have 2 sets left. They want to stay in sequence for the rest of the field, but taking fuel there allows them to run longer in this segment. So they can run longer and maybe trap folks a lap down like they did last week and put themselves in a better position to get a top 5 finish. So that's why they went fuel only very last second, and all of that coming from the command center here at RCR, and of course on the pit box as well at Kansas.
Yeah, there's Randall Burnett, crew chief for Tyler Reddick right there. Yeah, we were questioning why they didn't do tires, and then we checked our fancy computers, and they said the same thing. With only 2 sets left, 93 laps to go, I just don't think, Rick, you could put a set of tires on now and have only 1 set left in the pit box to run 93 laps. If we have a rash of cautions, it's going to be when you put those tires on, and by looking at the last restart, I would imagine cautions are very possible.
Well, let's see what lane choice selection goes into for the 11 of Denny Hamlin. Listen into his radio.
What are you thinking for restart lane? I was thinking top, but I kind of don't like it with mine in the 18 gearing selection. Yeah, the 2's been a really good pusher too. So whether he pushes you or splits you, puts you 3 would be the question.
All right. Pushing. We saw a little pushing and shoving on the last restart. Let's see how intense it gets this time. Chase Elliott on the inside. Denny Hamlin on the outside. Green flag back in the air.
Pretty good organization on that outside line. Good pushing. Teammates working together. Gets Denny out front easily. 3 wide behind him. Truex going to the bottom. Oh, there's a big wreck. Huge wreck. Hard hit.
Wall. Matt DiBenedetto. He gets tagged by Austin Dillon.
Sam. And something was broke.
I saw Logano in the back of the, kind of the back of the shot. His car was turning right, going to the wall. Wow.
And more bad luck for the 48 of Jimmie Johnson.
I saw what you saw, Jeff. The first car I see wiggle and move out of line is the 22 of Logano, and then they all stack up. You see damage on the right side from the wall, but it looked like something maybe he there had broken or he lost traction, but he wiggles up, and then it chaos. Jimmie Johnson just cannot find any points. This is going to have major playoff implications.
Look at this, Matt DiBenedetto climbing out of the car. That's a great scene. He hit the wall hard.
Sure did.
See Joey Logano. He's in the lane, and all of a sudden his car is going to go to the right. Right there. He had to get off the gas. He went right because when he lifted, the 4 got into the back of him, but Joey having a problem. And that started all of this.
Clear, clear, clear. Inside, inside. Inside. Still outside.
And Austin Dillon,
looks like
he had a good run on the outside, and he just, nothing he could do. Matt with a big hit.
It's almost like the 22 had a left front tire go flat. So looking at that before he hit the fence, the left front looks really low.
Yeah, it's like a tire went down. He had to get out of the gas or something.
Yeah. It was slow and lazy. It was a lazy move to the top, not like a right front down, more like a left front tire. Look at the left front. See?
Yeah.
Yeah. Left front's.
Well, he hasn't hit anything on the left side, and the left front's flat. So that tells me that I think you're dead on, Dale.
But to see if there's something on the restart even earlier.
Looks like the left front tire was down, Joe.
But to see if there's something on the restart maybe that happened earlier, that if there was any contact or what might have caused that.
So if we look at this left front on this 22 car, as he's going up the racetrack, the left front splitter bottoms out, sparks, and then the left front tire locks up before the car makes any contact with the wall. That tells me that the left front tire is definitely flat. See right here if there's any contact with the 19, Dale.
Everything's clean right there.
Yeah. No contact. And right here, the tire's going slack. You can see it getting softer. And then all of the Jimmy Johnson, all these other guys, right? I mean, see, the left front is locked up and sparking before he hits the wall. The 3, the 48, the 21. There's nothing they can do at this point. The 14 looks like he may have a little damage or a heck of an avoidance. Kelly.
I don't know that there's much they can do now for Joey Logano, and you heard the communication. They said the left front was just flat, but heavy damage there to the right side. I think I heard Joey say he felt like the suspension maybe had broken, and you saw the motion there saying our day's kind of done, it's killed. They were kind of working on that right side for a minute with Paul Wolfe kind of calling the team off. So I believe this is going to be a day done for Joey Logano, Marty.
Let's turn off the audio here. Hey, Kelly, it's amazing how quickly they get pictures here. Literally 20 seconds after that wreck was over with, you see Eric Warren had the pictures up of the nose of Austin Dillon's car. And unfortunately, it got the radiator for Austin Dillon. They're going to be out of the race, but that just means how important that win was last week, guys. They have the win in the bank. They're in the playoffs. And this week, they're going to be out early.
A lot of people back there near that playoff bubble, making it or not. Clint Bowyer being one of those.
So a big wreck, and it takes out big names. Still up front, though, Denny Hamlin. Just 87 laps to go in the Super Smart Batteries 400 from Kansas Speedway.
Well, 88 laps to go. That means there's still the final stage. Download the NBC Sports Predictor app. Free to play, $10,000 jackpot available. You pick stage 1, stage 2, the final stage. All 4 guys of the final stage, Rick, still available. Kevin Harvick, Chase Elliott, Ryan Blaney, Truex. I'm leaning Truex. I still think he has the best car, and that's who I picked, so I need Truex. I need Truex.
Of course, you're leaning that way. All right, let's take a look at tonight's Ram trucks built to serve. Talk us through this. Drivers, restarts?
Yeah, man. I mean, that's the best opportunity to try to make up as much ground, make up as many positions as you can, try to pass as many cars as you can on those restarts, Jeff.
And you got to be aggressive. You got to take an opportunity. You see a hole, you got to go for it. That's the chance to win this race. Even though it's still a long way to go, you can win it right here on this restart.
Adjustments. The 9 cars added Packer. Wedge in, wedge out. Lights are on. The sun's down. Who's made their car better?
So Kevin Harvick, he had the front row seat for this. Joey Logano.
In front of the 22 by 3.
Right here. Lifts. Then it gets in the back of him.
Trying to get outside.
Just nothing he could do. Either one of them.
All right, let's look at the playoff points. And look how close it is right there at the cutoff line.
Listen to Tyler Reddick, the number 8 black and red car, about 8 or 9 rows back on the outside. Huge chance for him We see Jimmy Johnson's damage. This could be the time for Reddick to pounce. Everybody, though, still has to make another pit stop with 87 to go.
Also, Eric Jones in that 20 car. This could be a big night for him as well on the outside of row 4.
Denny Hamlin launching, and Chase Elliott a little bit loose there with the help from Kyle Busch behind him.
Yeah, Chase just didn't get a good launch at all. Almost cleared entirely by the 2 cars on the outside line. Look at the 12 of Blaney trying to get to the quarter panel of Denny Hamlin. But Chase is going to be able to push that 11 car back out front. More wrecking.
And around goes the 95 and the 37.
Hard hit.
Into the wall.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, it's awful.
Ryan Preece in the 37.
Fantastic.
That's Ryan talking.
Glad to hear that.
But the winning it down, man, that's good to see.
Yeah.
That was scary. That's one of those wrecks that when you're watching it, or especially if you're Ryan Preece in that car, the angle at which you're approaching that inside wall.
It was a violent crash. Scary.
Almost upside down. We see the 17. And look at the AMR team right there. And how about that? Frustration to climb out of the car, but still, man, what a hard hit. And glad to see him be able to climb out of that car on his own power. Such a dangerous sport, and we almost lose sight of that until something like that happens.
Let's take a little replay and see just how all this began. There's Ryan's car. Back there behind Tyler Reddick. He goes to the middle of the racetrack. Got a great run going there. It's like the 17. Oh, no, ahead of them. The 95 gets in the wall.
Christopher Bell and Ryan Newman. Looked like Ryan Newman got into Christopher Bell trying to get up in front of him. Then they make contact.
Oh.
Poor Ryan Preece. We talked about he's had a string of last place finishes, and wow, such a Junior and I in this booth, when he was heading to that wall, we were both cringing. Just not what you want to see, but it's good to see him get out of that car. Look at this angle of impact.
So violent. 3,400 pounds of race car just thrown up into the air after it bounced off that inside wall.
You see the soft wall moves as it should. The steel barrier, foam, and then concrete behind it.
Look how fast he's headed to the inside wall there. No way slowing the car down. Helpless feeling.
This shot right here. See, Newman's up the racetrack.
6 has got to run. 95 comes up the racetrack right as the time that Newman's there.
Ryan Newman involved in a very scary race crash in the Daytona 500 to start the season.
Guys, I think Newman right here is either trying to push him. I don't think he's trying to wreck him, right? He's trying to give him a shove. It caught the 6 as well. I think the 95 comes up so quick, there's nothing he can do. And then this slide is just so long. And I think we all know, you mentioned it, Jeff, we were all quiet because we all know what is on that inside of the backstretch.
So as violent as we saw there with Ryan Preece in the 37, I talked about what Ryan Newman started the season with. This was the end of the Daytona 500. Ryan Newman in that 6, looking like he might win the race, and then that crash sent him to the hospital. He was in the hospital for a night. And then his daughters helped him walk out of the hospital the next day. It was frightening, to say the least.
One of the best things I've seen all year long in a very tough year was those two little girls walking out of that hospital with Ryan Newman.
Yeah. So now he's involved in an incident here at Kansas.
Rick, I think these are the types of wrecks we're going to see. You know, restarts, we just talked about it. You know, how important restarts were. The 95 tried to block, the 6 tried to push him, and this is what's going to happen. Parker.
Well, Steve, before this latest incident, we saw an incident with Joe Logano coming off turn 2 that Matt DiBenedetto got the short end of the stick of. Matt, what did you see there? Did you see Joey losing that left front tire like we think he had and getting in the wall, or are you just seeing cars go in front of you?
No, I didn't really. I couldn't tell what was going on. I just tried to go low. I saw guys checked up off 2, and I don't know, man. It's, yeah, there's a replay there. I didn't see it. I just got clipped on the right side. No, nothing I could do different. Yeah, Parker, I'm not going to lie, I'm pretty freaking irritated. I've just, we have had garbage luck the last couple of weeks. My guys, this, you know, Menards, Dutch Boy, Ford Mustang was fast, and we deserve way better. Racing for the playoffs is just, this is annoying.
Matt, we're seeing things happen off of turn 2 here. Do you feel like there's just the cars are getting really close together off turn 2? What's the issues going on the backstretch?
The restarts are just wild because, you know, we have no horsepower, so it takes us 45 minutes to get going. So, yeah, the restarts are just wild. That's part of the racing, but I'm glad to see those guys are okay. I saw Ryan Priest's crash and Newman and those guys, and, man, that's an insane crash, so I'm glad to see they're okay. And we'll be fine. Our cars, we've been so fast every week. We made 700 adjustments there, put 40 rounds of wedge in it, I think, and had just gotten the balance where I was happy with it. And then we get crashed. So let's go to, I need an off weekend. I'll watch the other guys race and go to one of my favorite tracks, New Hampshire, and rebound and get a dang finish we deserve.
Certainly wild restarts off 2, guys.
Frustrated Matt DiBenedetto there. We'll call all the action from NASCAR, IMSA, American Flat Track, and more with Track Pass on NBC Sports Gold. You don't miss a Green Flag Live. It's commercial free and on demand. It's at NBCSports.com/Track Pass. And we mentioned earlier, American Flat Track, they are at Volusia Speedway Park. So that's taking place after the race. As you see the 48 shutting it down, saving a little fuel. Again, involved in a wreck earlier. I'll tell you what, if you're going to have any luck at all, well, JTG Doherty doesn't have any luck as far as good. It's been all bad. This is Ryan Preece in the 37 there.
Well, the good thing is he walked away from that impact. Very scary. We talked about these restarts, how important they are and how aggressive you have to be. Ryan Preece, he got the short end of it, did nothing wrong.
But it's great to see him get out of the car, even though he's mad right here. Great to see him climbing out of that race car after such a nasty crash. NASCAR putting soft walls all the way around these racetracks in every position, because if there's a wall, drivers are going to find a way to hit it no matter where it's at.
It's amazing where these cars go. Can't figure it out. But I think, look at that 20 car on the outside, row 3. Eric Jones has a lot to gain tonight with these incidents as he can get himself in a really good position. Still a long way to go, just over 80 laps.
Outside groove, got 2 teammates lined up with Denny Hamlin, Mark Truex Jr. Got 2 buddies on the inside, though. That outside line, man, there's 3 teammates. Look at 18 trying to go 3 wide here on Chase Elliott. That outside line, though, is way organized down into turn 1. Denny easily clears for the lead.
See if Eric Jones can push Truex by Blaney. Chase Elliott trying to decide which lane he's going to go to. Blaney with really good speed through the middle of 1 at 3 and 4. Cleared Eric Jones.
Kyle Busch stuck on the inside back there, getting trained by the 12, or the 2, the 4, and the 10, all going by Kyle Busch down the front straightaway.
Kyle Busch made that move to make it 3 wide on the front straightaway. It actually hurt him. Being aggressive in that situation actually
You can't
work out for him.
You can't lift. You can't lift on the restarts. You have to take your run, even if it might not be the lane. Look at the outside of the 4, though. He's got a great run around the outside of Kevin Harvick. More momentum's going to take him possibly to the inside. No, the outside of the 2. Brad's going to block that. Now Harvick's aggressively blocking, trying to slow the momentum of his teammate, Eric Almirola.
And Reddick aggressively to the top. Sideways, getting into the corner. Look at Reddick, all the way to the top of the racetrack on these restarts.
Yeah, just got to think there's some speed there, especially on the long run. But as we get later and later into this race, they need to find a way to find speed on the bottom of the racetrack on these restarts, especially on new tires for Reddick.
See Almirola in that 10 car, he's trying to top. He doesn't enter on the top the way Reddick does.
Yeah, he's kind of struggling a little bit. Had some great speed earlier, drove up to 3rd place. Right now in 9th, trying to hold these guys off and stay in the top 10.
Got Cole Custer on the bottom of the racetrack. We saw he and Tyler Reddick had some words here last year. Xfinity race, battling tonight.
William Byron back there has drove back into the picture. He's battling on the inside of Kurt Busch here. 12th spot. I think he's got good speed in that 24 car, but his teammate Alex Bowman's going to push Kurt Busch back by him. But now they're side by side back there, the 88 and the 24.
But Alex Bowman in that outside, that black 88 car, has not really had the speed that we saw him have early in the year.
Well, as you watch the battle on the right-hand side, on the left-hand side, Denny Hamlin continues to lead. Martin Truex Jr. searching for lines and some clean air to try to get around his teammate. Let's listen into the 19.
Denny to pick a lane going in the corner, please, so 12 don't pass both of them.
Frustration out of the driver of the 19. Wants Denny to pick a lane, feels he's being blocked a little bit or mirror driven into the corner, and he's concerned about Blaney back in 3rd. The 19 guys look better to me. At some point, though, you're going to have to race him like he's not your teammate. I'm sure probably Truex is. He's getting frustrated, and now he goes to the bottom. He's going to be inside the 11 on corner exit.
And he's got a great position on the 11 car right here. Going to side draft this quarter panel on the 11 down the back straightaway. See if that momentum, that forward momentum carries down into turn 3 to be able to clear. It does. Now he can get out in front of that 11 car and use that big spoiler on the back.
Nicely done.
Take the air off that 11 car the way that Denny was doing to him.
Remember, that 11 car has 2 tires. Everybody else around him has 4.
Yeah, I know Truex is frustrated, but that big rear spoiler is a great way to take the air away from your competition behind you. You got to use it. You got, whether it's teammate or not, you got to try to take the air away from the guy.
Sometimes that button on that steering wheel is the vent, right? you're just hitting it to vent a little bit.
Look at Denny. He's fighting back with some speed there on that high side.
Crossing over.
So I wonder, guys, do you think the 11's just a little too free and getting back there and tighten his car up, or did the balance get better actually following?
Cautions come out. And Ryan Newman in the 6.
He's got to lift her tire down on that 6 car.
Oh boy.
I think that's a good question on the 11, or Martin Truex Jr. Once he got the lead, he was trying something different and just didn't have quite the speed.
Go ahead, Rick. I know you're going to ask me.
Well, everybody's going to come because can they get close to making it on this one? With 73 to go, as Newman had trouble getting into his pit stall.
Has Newman done here?
We'll see the Ledford tires, flats. This car had a lot of damage, probably body rubbing on the tire. He's coming to get on his pit box, and with no left rear tire, it just spins around on him.
Yeah, I think he almost drove by his pit stall and locked it up. Here in the 4 and the 9. Oh, the 9 gets in the fence a little bit right there. Off turn 4.
So, Rick, you were asking as we see him take another look off the right side of the 4 into the 9, getting into the wall. So you were asking, you know, how far can they go? What can they do? Looks like Kevin Harvick must have had some frustration with the 9. Goes up there to let him know.
Yeah, something else must have happened.
Yes. Yeah, there's more to that story.
Yeah.
72 to go, we think is outside what we predicted their window to be, but they're not going to tell us how far they could stretch it all the way. This would be a long fuel run, but you might get some quick yellows. I think everyone will have to come to pit road at this point in the race. I was going to actually tell you to go to the computer and see what it said, so you didn't put me on the spot.
Well, that human element.
Pit. The human element says pit. And at this point right here, I would have to put 4 tires and fill it with a fuel, slam full, and try to stretch it in case we don't get enough yellows.
William Byron stayed out. Kelly.
And pit road is a popular place to be. Remember, Denny Hamlin took 2 tires the last time, so he's come back down. He said balance is not bad, but he started to get tight in 3 and 4, so he really had to put more wheel in it. Meanwhile, Martin Truex Jr., who took the lead, said his car was really good until he got out front, and then he started to get a little bit free. And there at the bottom of the screen, you see the top 4 to Ryan Blaney, the 12, right side only for Blaney.
2-tire stop for a couple. Matt Kenseth, no tires on that stop, made up quite a few spots on track. Tonight's aerial coverage being brought to you by Geico. Field strung out. One car missing from that field is the 37, driven by Ryan Preece. He was in the infield care center, and Parker caught up with him just moments ago.
What a great sight to see Ryan Preece out of the car and walking. Ryan, how are you feeling, first of all, and what did you see in that wreck there?
Yeah, to be honest with you, we had a fast race car right there at the end, and it's frustrating for all of us at JTG because we've been working really hard and probably had a top 10 car there at the end, so I'm all right, just ready for this year to turn around. Thanks to Bush's Beans, 37 and JTG. We'll be back next week.
You mentioned JTG Doherty, last in each of the last 4 races. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. was first out tonight, and then you saw that horrific crash by Ryan Preece. As we heard Parker say, great to see him out of the car, and he was more or less just frustrated because he had such a good car. Parker also caught up with Joey Logano just moments ago. Let's listen to that.
Joey Logano was involved that incident off turn 2, and Joey, it looked like the left front was going down. Is that what you felt, and how early did you feel it before you got in the wall?
I felt it going into 3 right before we took the green, and I felt it kind of landing on the splitter, and I honestly thought that the left front shock went bad because it wasn't like it was flat, it just was down a little bit, and maybe it's bad judgment on my part, but I just thought that, man, it wasn't that bad, and I didn't want to lose all our track position for something I wasn't sure of, and hindsight's 20/20, and I hate that, and I apologize to everyone that was involved in it, in the crash there. Just thinks, it's one of those judgment calls. You're coming to the green and you're swerving your tires. You're like, man, something feels funny, but you're just not sure. And I was pretty sure once I came off of 2 and it loaded up and got on the splitter. So just a bummer. I felt like we got our Shell Pennzoil Mustang pretty good that last run. We fought loose the whole time. In the last run, we got close to where we needed to be. Wish we could have finished it out because I thought we would have had something, but it wasn't in the cards for us today.
I know people are sitting at home saying he felt something. Why didn't he pit? Because you're not convinced what's going on. You feel strange things all the time, so it's hard to convince yourself to pit. Marty.
Hey, Jeff, you see the call for Tyler Reddick and his team. They went left sides, and Randall Burnett listened to the computer. They think they're going to be so close on fuel, Steve, maybe 1 lap short. But again, remember, Reddick has been so good on these long runs tonight. This might pay off for the A car.
William Byron stayed out. We'll see how it works for the 24 team. Denny Hamlin getting a little help from Ryan Blaney behind him. They fan out back behind them, side by side into 1.
William Byron hanging tight on that outside of Denny Hamlin. Got some help coming from Matt Kenseth. Matt trying to push him out front. Brad Keselowski to the high side, trying to get the outside of that 42 car. He's going to have to try the inside down this front straightaway. Leaders still side by side. Byron side drafted. Denny trying to get away from him.
First time William Byron's had clean air all night long. Learning how his car drives. See Blaney trying to get on the outside of the 11. 11 fills that hole.
Byron's clear.
Keselowski taking the fight to Blaney. Blaney all on his door, getting in the corner, trying to pull the air off the side of his car.
Wow. Brad cleared his teammate Blaney and got to the inside of Denny. He's almost going to have that spot.
I'll take 2 cars.
That's impressive. 2 cars fast right now. Takes off on these new tires. That's going to be important late in this race. What kind of short run speed do you have? But William Byron out there on them old tires, man, is hanging in there. Making some good time running the bottom.
I was going to mention, Dale, remember Chad Canales isn't here this weekend. He's at home expecting his second child with wife Brooke. So Keith Rodden on the box for the 24.
Yeah, keep in mind, we've had the great opportunity to go to the War Room today, Command Center with Richard Childress Racing. Well, sure, Chad Canales can spend some time with his team back in their Command Center.
You know Chad's influence in the calls, every pit stop. But Keith's been around the sport a long time. Great guy. You see the work that he's done over the years. Kelly.
And the team has been preparing for this moment. Keith Rodden, who has involvement with all 4 Hendrick Motorsports cars, has really been focused in more on the 24 the last couple of weeks, because obviously they anticipated that the timing of this, the birth of Chad Canales' second child, could work out. He said he was excited to be back at the track. He said it's fun. He said there's really no nerves because I don't have to manage the team. I just got to go out here. Everybody knows their own job, just kind of manage the race. But as you said, Chad Canales is back at Hendrick, and he is going to have a say in just about every call they make here tonight. Parker?
Got a battle for the lead.
Yep, here comes Keselowski. He's had the run. He's had the fast car on this short run. Let's see if he can get by the 24 of William Byron.
I know William's making good time on the bottom, but his spotter's got to tell him, look, the 2's making this top work. You've got to go up there and take his air away. It's going to make it easy for Brad right here.
Brad with a little bit of a wiggle in the middle of the corner. All right, that's the cue right here. Now William needs to try the top. Obviously, he's been put there.
Run that top. You're good.
New leader. Brad Keselowski to the bottom of the racetrack, and he takes the top spot away from William Byron.
William runs the top, a lap too late. If I'm William's spotter, I'm like, hey, the 2's coming on top. Get up there and take the air away. Make him pass you on the bottom.
Now we'll see if it works for William Byron in that 24.
Look how Brad's driven away from Denny Hamlin and Blaney. Tons of speed in this car.
Brad Keselowski takes the lead here at Kansas. We saw a little frustration between Chase Elliott, Kevin Harvick. Well, it was after this close racing, side drafting on the front stretch, on the back stretch. Harvick pulls up under yellow and says, man, cut me some slack.
Daily routines change, but the land stays the same. There's ground to cover, a herd to feed, and you still have to make it back in time to get a clean start on tomorrow. So run with us on a John Deere Gator, because being linked to the land means the work never stops. Search John Deere Gator for more.
From sandy blonde to jet black. When it comes to a great-looking gray-free beard, trust the new Just for Men. The easiest way to put your best face forward. The same great results in just 5 minutes at home. Just for Men mustache and beard. Be the better man you are and look the part.
Now, only in the Subway app or online. Any footlong is a $5 footlong when you buy 2. Even the new barbecue rib. Subway, eat fresh.
This place we call home, and the men and women of this nation. who stand, unafraid, sacrificing everything in order to keep us safe. And in their honor, I salute them in any way I can. I am NASCAR.
Brad Keselowski took the lead away from William Byron. He's up front. Denny Hamlin, Kyle Busch, Ryan Blaney all right back here, running in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th position. Now 56 laps to go from Kansas.
So you mentioned Brad Keselowski leading. Right here, the 19 of the two are side by side on this restart. Martin Truex Jr., one of the best cars. Well, he's on the bottom, makes the move, nowhere to go, gets blocked in. Look at the difference right here as we come off turn 2. Nowhere for the 19 to go. The 2 of Brad Keselowski gets to the outside of the 88. The momentum on the high side, 2, 3, 4 spots better than the 19. So Truex currently in 7th. Brad Keselowski leading the race. I argue, Rick, happened right there. One set of corners on the restart was a tale of 2 different starts. Truex nowhere to go on the bottom.
The other thing that's happened since this restart is that 12 car, Blaney, he's been going backwards. Put 2 tires on that car, and it's just not worked out.
You see slow for the 6 of Ryan Newman. The 48 didn't make minimum speed after all the damage, so he is done for the night, which is difficult for that team. Now they're 24 points below the playoff cut line. And again, only the top 16 in points make the playoffs, or if you win a race, you can get into the playoffs. Well, it's almost looking now like some of these guys are going to have to win if they want to have a chance at a championship. Jimmie Johnson, he was +6 at the time of the wreck. He was involved in the wreck. Take a look at this.
Tyler Reddick off the top. Has a run on John Hunter down the first straightaway. Oh, my God. Almost turned John Hunter right into the fence.
Those 2 racing for Rookie of the Year this year. And there's a look at the rookie points as they run.
Not much of a battle, but, man, this crop of drivers, all 4 of these guys got so much talent.
Yeah, Cole Custer won 2 weeks ago. So of the rookies, he has been to victory lane. But the point's big for Tyler Reddick. He's been very consistent.
Which is the thing that I don't think we believe that would be his strength this year, right? I think we all thought he would be fast, but he has put the speed and consistency together.
Yeah, he himself said when he brought his aggressive driving style to the Cup Series, he knew he had to table that because these longer races didn't play for that style.
Take a look at this right here, the 24 car hanging in here on these 2 tires. Brad looks like he's getting a little bit loose. We've seen this out of the Penske cars. The longer they run, they fire off really good. But, man, the drivers have their hands full on the long run with those cars.
Yeah, no tires on the 24. Actually, 10 laps on both sides. He did gas only just to get on the same fuel window. Actually, he stayed out. Excuse me, stayed out.
The only other interesting thing, too, is his teammate Alex Bowman ran in 5th. You know, you talked about it, Steve, this track changing so much, these cars being set up a certain particular way. Maybe the Chevys are set up for this end of the race.
Yeah, I mean, if you were going to set up a car to be low on downforce, low on drag, have a ton of speed, not great handling, you would struggle with the sun and the temperature in the track. When the sun goes down, you would assume the track would grip up. Maybe that's the strategy for the 24.
24 drives up on him as Brad just cannot get the power down in the middle of the corner. You can see the back of the car just hanging out.
Clearly, William Byron's faster right now, but he's got one of the very best in front of him. Brad knows all the tricks, and he's going to pull them all out. He knows how important keeping the lead is.
Yeah, Williams fastest car on the racetrack at last lap. Brad, the 3rd fastest race car, so he's not struggling too badly. Just, man, it's impressive watching them guys in those Penske cars hang on to such loose race cars on the long run.
So if you're William Byron, what you'd like to be able to do right now is to be able to carry speed, run in the middle of the racetrack. See Ryan Blaney continue to lose spots.
Hearing the 12 hit the wall, there's some right side damage there.
Oh, yeah, they got the right front, too. The right rear is bad. You hit that right front and knock that fender in on that right front tire. really going to affect the handling on that car. You don't want to hit it at the right front corner.
Now you worry about a tire rub. So what you want to do if you're William Byron is you can clearly see. Here we go, back a replay. Blaney loose. We've seen him loose all night long.
Yeah.
That's been their strength this year. Being able to run loose like that and make lap time sometimes just jumps over the edge, and that's what happened right here. Every time you watch that car on a mile and a half, so he looks loose, that's a big hit.
I'm telling you, his teammate leading this race is sideways twos. William Byron stalking the 2-car, Brad Keselowski. Look at him.
Yeah.
Whoa! Big move.
Momentum right here.
He's so sideways. Unreal.
Look at Brad side drafting him, but Williams going to clear him.
Back to the front for William Byron. He takes the lead back from Keselowski.
Brad was that sideways, still the 4th quickest car on the racetrack.
Interesting now, William Byron 18 laps more on his tires, which means 18 laps more fuel that he has used up, Steve.
Yeah, I mean, so fuel is definitely a concern, but my concern is over here. Look what happens to those points when the 24 becomes the leader. Jimmy Johnson now minus 43, Jones minus 41, minus 39 for Reddick. We have seen Custer go to victory lane, Dillon go to victory lane. Now you have the 24 leading with 45 laps to go, Kelly.
And how big would that be if William Byron can hang on? He had a 5th place finish here last call, and Keith Rodden told me he felt like he really had the speed to even go for the win there. Win here, I should say. Last year, he said, what we need to do tonight is move forward and get up and run around those top 5 guys, and then we can figure out what we need out of the car to run there. Well, it has taken on the majority of the race to get up there and get that clean air, but even on older tires, William Byron hanging strong. Parker?
Well, Kelly, what happened to the 2-car there, Brad Keselowski getting so loose is kind of an example of how fast this racetrack is changing as we go into the darkness and the temperature's cool. It's consistently loosening up for the entire field. I've been hearing that all throughout the night, and Brad, just a stop ago, asked for no changes on that 2-car. He liked how it was handling, but now the track's starting to get away from him. You can tell it's way too loose.
Keith Roderick, 3 years ago to the day. Victory Lane, Indianapolis, Casey Kane, his last win on top of the pit box. It'd be a great bounce back for sure.
Well, and the last 2 races have been surprise winners. You had Cole Custer at Kentucky, and then Austin Dillon surprised him with some strategy at Texas. Could William Byron surprise people tonight? We go NASCAR nonstop.
USAA is made for what's next. No matter what challenges life throws at you, we're always here to help. With fast response and great service. And it doesn't stop there. We're also here to help look ahead. That's why we're helping members catch up by spreading any missed USAA insurance payments over the next 12 months so you can keep more cash in your pockets for when it matters most. And that's just one of the many ways we're here to help the military community. Find out more at USAA.com.
The die-hard batteries you know and trust are now at Advance. Unrivaled performance meets unrivaled expertise. Die-hard batteries, now at Advance Auto Parts.
The way things are changing is personal. And while everyone's financial needs are different, we're working to help with each one so your small business stays open, your community thrives, and you're ready for what's next. Because we've always done what's right. So whether you're out with a friend, thinking about your business, or spending lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of time with the kids, we're here. It's how we're making a difference now and for the future. PNC Bank.
From Sandy Blonde to Jet Black. When it comes to a great-looking gray-free beard, trust the new Just for Men. The easiest way to put your best face forward. The same great results in just 5 minutes at home. Just for Men mustache and beard. Be the better man you are and look the part.
Only Wendy's 2 for $5 has all the chicken you crave. You can choose from the spicy or homestyle chicken sandwich, crispy or spicy 10-piece nuggets. But let's be real, you're gonna get those 20 spicy nugs for $5. Only at Wendy's.
Don't be conventional.
Kevin Harvick?
Come on, it's your turn.
Get 250,000 miles of protection. Upgrade to Mobile One.
Next summer, the games return for an Olympics unlike any other.
saw it all on NASCAR Nonstop. Kyle Busch and Ryan Blaney both coming back out onto the racetrack now.
You see Kyle Busch. Just car gets away from him, and big impact. So right along with him on the bottom of the racetrack, and you hear him out of the gas. Man, look, he's so mad at himself. He's furious. He wasn't having a great night, but a decent night.
Ryan Blaney had gotten in the wall once already, and this is the second time. Looked like he might have had a flat tire getting off in the corner, Parker.
Well, back to the Kyle Busch there, you know, he came across the radio just after he hit the wall and basically said it was just a four-wheel slide. He said nothing I could do. Once I got out of throttle, it just went into the wall.
Listen into the 18 radio.
You ready? I just killed it. Plowing now. It was 2 just a nice smooth slide. Yeah, flat tire.
We're on board with Kyle Busch, 36 laps to go. It's a good time to remind everybody William Byron is leading this race, but if you see right here on the left-hand side, last on pit road, a lap 178. Much earlier than all the guys at 196. We know lap 196 is very close, questionably outside the window, but I'm sure everyone's going to gamble to try to make it. No chance for the 24 to try to find all those extra laps, so he'll have to come to pit road probably in the next 15 or 20 laps, and at that point, it's going to become a fuel mileage game between Keselowski, Hamlin, Truex, Jones. We heard Marty earlier say Reddick thought he was only a lap short, so that means everybody has to be pretty close.
Steve, William Byron, the way he wins this race is if a caution comes out prior to him having to come to pit road.
Absolutely. And, you know, as the leader, come to pit road, you might drag a bunch of guys, and who's to say the guys that gamble don't make it, right? So he's still the leader, even a little short on fuel. A great call to stay on the racetrack. I didn't think there was any way he could keep this track position. This just proves how much you have to try to guess a little bit on how the track's going to change. We talked about it all night. Obviously, the handling's come to the 24 and that clean air. Chad Knaus at home in the war room communicating with Keith Rodden on the pit box. They've done a nice job getting the 24 to the front. I will say, though, Keselowski has 4 seconds back to Hamlin. We've seen Brad be a master of fuel savings. So if it runs green, I have the 2 circled as perhaps the guy that can make it.
Can you see Chad Knaus back there in the war room when you had two cars hit the wall? The tires didn't come apart. He just knew that was going to be his chance to get a caution. Just didn't happen. Well, here we go.
And the caution has come out now.
Caution's out. Safe.
Oh, see the 32 smoking a little bit there. Corey LaJoie.
Corey LaJoie was having such a great run, too, up inside the top 20. I talked to Corey today. He's having a great year. And he said, you know, I'm just doing a better job of understanding what I need to do from behind the wheel to give my guys a chance to stay on the lead lap.
Right rear.
You hear him. Right rear's flat.
Hard-working young man.
New young baby boy in the family. Dad, Randy LaJoie, a 2-time Xfinity Series champion.
I'm going to tell you right now, the 24 car, you see him bouncing around. Keith Rodden on top of the box on the radio. Merry Christmas, gift wrapped with a bow. Call the race for the best chance. This is the 24. They knew they need to have a yellow, but this was their best chance. I applaud everything they're doing strategy-wise. Now you're going to come to pit road, decide how many tires you want to take.
How many do you take, Steve?
I'm going to have to take probably 4 tires, I think, with 30 laps to go. There's only 16 cars on the lead lap. You figure half of them are going to take 4 tires. You're going to line up in the front 3 or 4 rows. This is a restart or replay of the 32 with his damage. You know, because here's the thing. You have 1, 2, 3, 4 guys on rights, a couple guys on none. If I'm Keith Rodden, I think you have to take 4 tires, although, you know, he was holding off on older tires, but I don't believe it.
So the crew getting ready.
Why are you asking me? Ask the computer. Come on, Rick. Type in the computer and have it tell you.
It's been a long stretch. So many races, short period of time. And it's not just the drivers, it's the crew members. They're going to get a little extra break after this race. But there are still 32 laps to go here at Kansas. Parker.
Brad Keselowski will pit out in second place. As you saw, he was just a little bit loose there, so they're going to fix that with a round and a half down on the right rear track bar. 4 Goodyear tires and Sunoco fuel for their 2 car to go after this win, Kelly.
For Denny Hamlin, he said that he needs to enter the corner fast faster, and he's tight across the center. He needs the car to turn better on late exit. Keep your eye on the 24. A 2 tires call for William Byron's. They told him not to slide the tires coming to pit road, so just 2 tires for William Byron.
Hey, I would have taken 4. For the 24, Chad Canals, Keith Rod, and the team, they're gambling. They want to win this race. Track position has won a lot this year. I don't disagree. I would have taken 4, right? But I don't know if we know them. Hey, tell me how the restart's going to be, and I'll let you know what you should have done.
Let me ask you this then. Okay, which lane do you choose?
Oh, I would take the top. Okay. I think you have to take drivers. What do y'all say?
Oh, I'd pick the top. I'd definitely pick the top. And really, that's the goal right now, right? If you're William Byron, forget it. It doesn't matter. This is what you've got. You got 2 tires. You're going to have the guy behind you that also has 2 tires or next to you, and then it's 4. But that doesn't matter at this point. You just got to go pick the best lane. I think people overthink that sometimes. Just go to the top, pin the guy down on the bottom, and just go make it work.
The 88 of Alex Bowman in second, he had no choice but to take 2 tires because there's a tire limit, and he only had 2 left in his pit stall. So the good news for William Byron is he's not the only one on 2. The bad news is 4 tires are stacked up right behind him.
How important will that track position be? Well, the Hendrick Motorsports struggles as of recent. No top 10 finishes in 4 of the last 5 races. That is something we haven't seen for a long time from Rick Hendrick and his organization.
Yeah, the Chevrolet started the season so strong all across the board, all the teams. I know Austin Dillon won this past weekend in Texas, but over the last month or so, the Chevys have struggled just a bit. They kind of caught everybody by surprise at the beginning of the year, and I think a lot of teams have caught up, but it appears at the end of this race, even though this strategy's put them toward the front, they have the speed to be there. They have the speed to win this race.
So I want to get in William Byron's head just a little bit. Young driver, right? He's advanced up to this level very quickly. Went through the Truck Series quickly, Xfinity Series quickly. It's been a struggle since he got to Cup. It's not been easy. Big jump for him. But he's been grinding, been working hard, been seeing small gains. Tonight's a night. With less than 30 to go leading this race, tonight's a night that he can make a stand and say, I belong here. That's what every driver wants, is a chance to be in this series with this opportunity to win a race. He's going to have Hamlin behind him, Keselowski behind him, Harvick behind him, Truex behind him. 4 of the very best. Go take the fight to him.
Only 30 laps to go, and it's been an eventful race up to this point. Now you've put your driver in position. He's up front. What kind of a pep talk, Steve, do you give him?
I think at this point, you just have to remind him of how good he is, what he has done in his short career. I know, as Jeff mentioned, he hasn't quite got the numbers at the Cup Series, but this is a guy that's a champion at the Xfinity Series. He knows how to race, even in his very short career. Only started Legend Cars about a decade ago. But remind him, we believe in him. That's why we're up here. Hit your points, get through the shifts, get through 1 and 2, and let it play out. I mean, in my mind, it all comes through 1 and 2 as far as the front row. The 24 needs to clear him. We showed you that restart about Martin Truex Jr. getting pinned on the bottom. I think he has the best car in the field, and now he's on the outside. So that's the car I'm watching. The 3rd car in the outside row, that bright blue number 19 of Truex, to see what kind of restart he can get with Brad in front of him.
Yeah, remember what we saw with Brad earlier? Brad was fast on the beginning of that restart.
That's what I was going to say.
Really fast.
The 2 car got great short run speed.
So even
the longer you go, the better you are.
There you go. That's what I wanted to hear. Even if the 2 gets by you, don't quit. Don't give up. You just passed him.
Yeah.
You ran him down after a few laps.
Jeff, you got me fired up. That's a good pep talk. Man, I'm ready.
So how will Keselowski do as far as pushing on this restart also?
Until he can get to the outside quarter panel of the 24, he'll push probably until the 24 turns in the corner. Then I imagine he's going to be looking to the outside.
Well, it's in his best interest to push that 24 because he wants to clear that 88 of Alex Bowman on the bottom.
Let's not forget what we saw Cole Custer do back at Kentucky. I mean, this race can be won from any row on this restart.
28 laps to go. William Byron has never won in the Cup Series. Could it be tonight that he gets his first? Alex Bowman on the inside. Back up through the gears they go. with a great restart on that inside line.
Oh, Tricks to the middle. Takes the help away from the 24 car.
Thank goodness Denny Hamlin knew they were 3 wide. Great work by the spotter. Wow.
Still 3 wide for third. Battle for the lead up front. Teammates fighting it out. Hendrick Motorsports. Alex Bowman on the inside.
We'll drag each other back.
Byron on the outside.
Almost contact there with the 2 of the 19.
William way up the racetrack.
Yeah, he's trying to get away from that side draft, I believe.
And look what that's done to Brad Keselowski. That's moved him back to 5th, the guy we talked about with so much short run speed. Alex Bowman's cleared.
Oh, Trix had a little issue there.
Almost up into the 11. Here comes Kevin Harvick.
Yeah, Truex had a problem. Now Brad 3 wide through the middle of the Gibbs cars. Truex still struggling to get that momentum back.
Byron lost the lead.
Look at the fourth.
About to lose second now. Harvick, strong move on the inside.
Nowhere to be seen all night, running 5th to 10th all night. Here we are, pay window open, 25 to go, and Kevin Harvick storms to second.
Caution comes out, another restart about to come. And the 38 sliding. Put that inside wall, stays off of it.
We got to do that all over again?
We get to do that all over again.
Man,
John Hunter Nemechek behind the wheel of the 38, the yellow stripe on the back there indicating rookie status.
There you see him back there on the inside of the 8. Tyler Reddick just gets loose, loses the side force, overcorrects the car back into the outside wall. Just a little bit of contact with the nose. Everybody around him doing a great job of avoiding the 38 car as John Hunter tries to gain control.
He said you overcorrected just right here when the car comes around. See the tires? They were cut to the left, to the right to keep from spinning out, and he just didn't get them turned back to the left quick enough. And that got the front end pointed to the outside wall. It's a really difficult thing to do.
Changing the tires on that car.
He's just lucky to be able to change the tires and go back again, man. That usually those things, when you overcorrect it back into the outside wall, it's usually pretty big.
Alex Bowman and William Byron now 1 and 2. So Byron lost a spot. Bowman gained the spot. Now we're talking Bowman and the strategy that he uses here.
Well, and we saw that aggression for Truex, right? Went 3 wide and he ended up losing a spot. Now he's back to 7th. He's going to be restarting on the inside. That's going to be difficult. Keselowski, I still like Keselowski outside row 2. I think that's a good position to be in.
Next race for the Cup Series is going to be Jeff Burton's Playground. New Hampshire, August 2nd. 1 race closer to the playoffs. That one will be on NBCSN. And Burton, I think you're the only driver that's ever led every single lap of a race to win there. Is that right?
Yes, Rick, that's correct.
Pretty stingy. Pretty stingy.
So Steve talked about Martin Truex Jr. and how he lost these spots. Well, look at the push. Great job pushing Keselowski. Everything's good right now. He goes right here. Keselowski goes up the racetrack. And Truex tries to go to the middle. And then right here, see what happens with him. He gets a big push. But as he enters turn 3, with Keselowski on the outside, Hamlin on the inside, he just loses his momentum, and now he's going backwards. It's a great example of how in these cars, with this package, sometimes you make a move that feels right and it just doesn't work out for you.
And I still think he has an opportunity, right? I agree it didn't work out, but he's right here on the bottom. He gets a little pinned. But then when he gets to this end of the racetrack in 3 and 4, he has that big moment, Jeff.
Yeah, it just doesn't take anything. You have to breathe that throttle just a little bit. Here he is in great shape. There it is right there. Just all that work he did is all gone right there. The minute he got loose and had to come off that throttle.
Parker.
Well, guys, Alex Bowman, who's now in the lead, has obviously chosen the bottom there, which was a bit of discussion on the radio. But guys, I was talking to him today, asking about some of the woes they've had the last couple weeks. He said, you know, our cars are just lack grip, and in traffic, they've been an absolute nightmare to drive. Well, guess what? Now he's got all the clean air he wants if he can get away on this restart. Could be able to find out exactly what that 88 has in it, Kelly.
William Byron said that last restart, he just had no help from behind. And then as he was trying to keep the 11 in his rearview mirror, he said it was a perfect storm, and it just didn't work out. So he's looking for more uniform help here to push him on this next restart.
So how about Bowman choosing the inside lane?
Well, it just worked for him, right? I mean, he got that lead from William from the bottom. So he didn't get to pick the last time, but it worked for him, so go make it happen.
Coming up on 22 laps to go. Bowman has a win already this year. Won at California before the coronavirus pandemic.
Who's going to do the best job pushing?
That's right. Who's going to do the best job pushing is what it's going to come down to.
Keselowski normally is really good at it.
I know the outside line has been working, but those guys are all trying to take advantage of each other out there now.
Great shot. Great shot. See what Harvick does here. Right to the rear bumper. Going through the gears. Nice job by Harvick.
He's going to stay committed. He could have went 3 wide there. Going to stay committed to pushing that 88 car.
88 clear for the lead. Now Harvick has second. He goes to the outside. He's going to try to take the lead away. Here comes Hamlin on the inside.
Textbook move. What a move.
Kevin Harvick is so smart.
And the top two, as far as wins go in 2020, are running 1 and 2. Harvick and Hamlin, both with 4 wins this season, trying to slug it out here in Kansas.
You should cut that video, and that could be restart, not quite 101, maybe 202. Textbook by Kevin Harvick. What a move.
That's years of experience. First time leading tonight with 21 to go. And guess what, Rick, you just said it. Another battle between Hamlin and Harvick.
And interesting, Harvick we saw fall back pretty much every restart up until the last 2. He had been dropping back after every restart. Now all of a sudden he is surging to the front, Parker.
Right, Rick, and you mentioned it. He fell back. He was not happy with that race car earlier on this race, and really was starting to fade. They threw all sorts of different changes at it. And Steve, think about what we've talked about all week. How with this no practice, you have to be able to make big adjustments, huge swings in that race car to get it dialed in. And I asked Rodney Childers about that, and he said, yeah, of course. He said, you know, you can't do small little things. You've got to take big swings at it because that's the only time you have on track is in the race. It looks like it's worked for the 4.
We talked about it at the top of the show, Rick. You asked me what the challenges were going to be. We mentioned it was going to be the changes of the track. Kevin Harvick has been, I'll call it mediocre by Kevin Harvick standards all day. Ran inside the top 10, but wasn't up there leading a lap. But now is when Rodney Childers know he needed to be his best. And then his driver, with a good race car, put an absolute display on those last 2 restarts.
I see his car moving around just a little bit in the middle of 3 and 4. It's no easy job leading these races. These cars are not comfortable. They're out of the track. Switch of hands and see what he's doing with that steering wheel. He's having to catch the back of that car. He's trying to come around on him a little bit, ever so much. Good battle for second starting to build there between Denny Hamlin and Keselowski.
Yeah, the last 2 laps, Keselowski's been the faster car. See if he can climb the hill here, get a run off the top, cross over the 11, get to the inside here.
He needs to make this pass quickly. These 2 guys are racing each other. That's going to help Kevin Harvick. So how quickly Brad can get around, if he can get around, will be huge.
Look at Brad, enter high, cut that car down across the bottom, and
see this battle.
Brad has the fastest car on the racetrack that last lap.
Yeah, I'm not 100% comfortable with the 4 car. You know, we just haven't seen him out front. Don't know what kind of speed he has. He's obviously leading this race comfortably now, but this, you know, we've seen these leaders get out there and get loose and their cars go away.
Well, Hamlin was faster that lap, so the last 2 laps, Kevin Harvick's not been the fastest car. You talked about it last week, how Kevin Harvick is so good at driving his car with a little less downforce, less drag than other people. That's probably gotten better for them as it's gotten cooler. But as this run goes on, are they going to have enough grip?
Hamlin now running up against the wall. We'll see if he uses that same strategy here through one.
Denny just barely faster that lap, running that high side.
Three of the very best going at it right here. So much fun to watch.
Look.
Alex Bowman, just a little bit ago, chance to win this race, just trying to make speed, and car gets away from him. His car just does not have the grip he needs it to have.
Denny's coming.
Yes, I just said that to myself. The 11 of Denny Hamlin, it took a couple laps, but that car has come together, and it is running the 4 down here in the closing laps. 2/10 that lap, Dale.
He made his time on the top, but that corner right there, he ran the bottom. Thinking maybe Harvick might be starting to go to the top to take his line away.
Think about the disappointment in Indianapolis for Denny Hamlin, leading that guy, Kevin Harvick, in the closing laps. A right front tire, and then a couple bad runs by the 11 standard. Can he come back, redeem that Indy disappointment, pass the 4 car in the closing laps?
I heard the spotter say they thought the 4 car was too loose to run the top. He's going to have to. He's going to have to try to find a way, but he's not going. He'd have to make a big flop here. He can't do it.
Yeah. Last 4 races, Denny Hamlin, 12th or worse. Even though he has 4 wins, you're always looking for confidence. This would be a huge confidence boost for Denny Hamlin. He's back out front at Kansas.
2 liter, the 11.
That was from the 11, by the way.
Chris Lambert,
that's
spotter for that team.
That's so tough and frustrating for Harvick to not be able to move around. He seems to be forced into just running that bottom groove because of how loose his car is.
But look at what it's doing now, this higher drag package, right? He has clean air right here in the corner, and when he gets on the straightaway, he actually uses a little bit of this draft, a little bit of the toe to stay in touch with the 11. The 11's not driving away yet.
That's true. But to see. The balance will continue to shift on this 4 car and give him some sort of a shot to be able to get back there. You know, when he's following Denny, it will tighten his car just a little bit, but I think Denny's going to end up driving away here. Look at the momentum off the high side that 11 car gets down the back straightaway.
1 and 2 is where Hamlin's better. Down here, Kevin Harvick can make it work.
And Chris Gabehart excited.
He is a racer, former driver, been around racing his whole life, absolutely loves racing, loves his opportunity being at Joe Gibbs, being Denny Hamlin's crew chief. Kelly.
You guys talked about that disappointment at Indy for Denny Hamlin when it looked like it was his race to win. But also remember what he told me about this rivalry building with the 4 car. He said there is no one else I'd rather go battle with and go head-to-head with than Kevin Harvick. His crew chief, Chris Gabehart, told me they have got a chip on their shoulder because in spite of the good performance, they have not had the results the last few weeks. They are eager and hungry to get back to victory lane. He feels like they should be winning at least a few more races in this next stretch ahead of the playoffs.
Well, Denny Hamlin has finally stretched his legs away from the 4, but a new player, Brad Keselowski's past the 4. You mentioned his short run speed. Jeff, it seems like the 2's holding on pretty good. And Truex, the blue car, in 4th. The last 2 laps has been the faster car on the racetrack by a couple tenths. I just don't know if there's time.
And Harvick is just struggling right now, trying to make time.
Look what Brad's done. He's got his car right against the wall, moved up the racetrack. Harvick struggling. Now that time, Brad to the bottom.
Look how fast the 19 of Mark Truex Jr. is. So Harvick has fallen back now, running 4th. Out front, Hamlin. Keselowski trying to reel him in. Are there enough laps, though? Coming up on 7 to go. And Denny Hamlin almost into the wall coming off the 4.
The last 2 laps, Brad Keselowski has become a contender. Fast laps, Jeff, running right on the fence.
7 laps to go. Denny Hamlin, maybe a little mistake there, coming off the 4.
Let's see what Brad does. What a great race.
We're seeing great racing here. Remember, Saturday, back in action here at Kansas Speedway with the Xfinity Series.
Man, Brad's making a lot of time there through the corner.
God, that corner entry speed was so much faster than Hamlin.
Talk to me. Where's he running? The wall. He's on the wall.
Yeah. Denny Hamlin wants to know where the 2's run. The front tires on the 2 are so efficient, how he can run a lane off the wall and still turn through the middle.
But you see what he did. He got told he was running the wall, so what did he do? He went to the top. Take that inner away.
Truex still the fastest car on the track the last lap.
That right there is where Brad's fast. The entrance to 3, into the middle of 3.
5 more right here. 5.
And he's going to have to hope to catch all the lap traffic in all the right places. Parker.
And that's what they're telling their 2-car, Dale, exactly where that lap traffic is. But also, interestingly, they're telling him where Truex is running because he's been the fastest car on the racetrack the last couple laps.
Not necessarily worried about Truex passing him, just trying to learn from Truex.
Look at Brad be able to make time, like you say, running just a little bit lower. He has to go find some clean air. He cannot run in the tracks at an 11 car. And that seems to be working.
Only 4 to go.
Denny Hamlin won here in October, the last time the Cup Series was on this track. Trying to go back-to-back.
It's a good corner for Denny down there in 1 and 2. This is where Brad's faster. He just mow into the turn 3 so much deeper.
He does, but he just doesn't take the momentum off the car. You know, if he could be on his bumper.
Through 1 and 2 with what you just did. He's a little better through 3 and 4.
Oh, I love the information. It's a mirror without having to look in your mirror, right? Information to the leader about where he's good and where he's getting beat.
And really what the deal for Hamlin right now is just don't make a mistake, right? Just, you don't have to be great right now. Be good. Don't have to be great. Even if you give up 0.2 of a second in 2 laps, you're going to be okay.
You just don't want to give up 0.2 of a second every lap for the next 3 laps because he's only ahead by 0.6.
Make him pass you, though, Rick. That's what I'd be telling Denny Hamlin right here if I'm Chris Gabehart. Buddy, this is your race. I need 3 miles. A little extra space off the wall. Don't give him the lead. Make him come get you. And I don't think you have to tell Denny Hamlin much. This guy has won a ton of races.
So many have said last year was Denny Hamlin's greatest year. He wasn't able to win the championship. Then he said that his loss at Indy earlier might have been bigger than losing the championship last year. Well, now, with 1 lap to go, presented by Credit One Bank, Denny Hamlin in position to win his 5th race of 2020. The gap still a half a second between 1st and 2nd. Denny Hamlin's successes this year started off with another Daytona 500 win. He says one of the biggest things he wants to do this year is be able to celebrate with his crew because he knows that's who's getting him up front, giving him fast cars. They've done it again. He's done it again. Kansas winner, Denny Hamlin.
What a dream, man. This race team is such a dream. Congrats, Denny Hamlin. Congrats, everybody. Thank you. You got it. Way to go. Awesome.
They needed to bounce back.
Burn it down. They'll get you to start finish.
They've had so much speed this year, but some poor finishes over the last couple of weeks.
These guys work so hard. This schedule has been grueling on these crew members.
Rick, I talked to Chris Gabehart today. He told me with confidence the finishes were not indicative of the cars they've had the last few weeks. He goes, don't worry about where we finished. We had good cars. We had cars that could have won. I wasn't sure. I was like, man, I watched those races. Are you sure? Well, he knew what he was talking about.
Getting pretty good at celebrating. Is Denny Hamlin. This checkered flag moment brought to you by Advance Auto Parts.
A couple years ago, we were thinking Denny might be kind of at the end of his career. Some young drivers coming.
He was winless that year. We were thinking, wait a second, this guy can't find victory lane.
Now he's at the height of his career.
Yeah, this is as good as he's ever been. That's for sure. They get rid of all the pieces are there for him. Gonna add a 5th win sticker to the roof of that race car today.
And we will talk to Denny Hamlin when he gets to victory lane. Is this the year that Denny Hamlin takes that asterisk off as one of the greatest NASCAR drivers to never win a championship. Well, momentum is key when winning championships, so is confidence. He's got the confidence, and now he's got more momentum with his 5th win here at Kansas Speedway. Denny has made it to victory lane. Want to take a look at the Coca-Cola winning moment for tonight's race.
What a run by Denny Hamlin. Kevin Harvick got the lead, got the clean air. Denny Hamlin, though, was not going to be denied. Ran that top, got to the outside of the 4. See right there, 3rd career win at Kansas.
The successes continue for Denny Hamlin. Let's go to Kelly.
And so Denny Hamlin is the first driver to notch 5 wins now on the season. His 3rd here at Kansas, back-to-back wins here. Denny, your crew chief, Chris, told me that you guys have had a chip on your shoulder coming into this race because you haven't been able to put together a complete race. Take me through those closing laps, how you hunted down the 4 and then held off the 2.
Yeah, it's you know, I don't know we had the best car. We definitely had a top 3 car all day, but just went and got it there at the end. You know, I saw the 4 getting loose, and you know, usually when you're loose, you're not able to run up high, and that was a benefit for us to be able to get that momentum going. And pit crew did an amazing job getting us out there in front of everyone else that had 4 tires. But proud of this whole FedEx team. You know, we've had a rough 3 weeks, but you know, we're leading to Indy when we blew a tire. So I tell you, this team's really hitting on all cylinders right now.
Thought maybe last year was going to be your dream season, but we just heard you say this is a dream team you've got going right now. What is it like to show up and week after week have a shot at the win?
Yeah, I mean, you know, we can win any given week, and that's something that is really hard to come by. So this team's good at short tracks, intermediates. Great engines, great help from them, and got to thank the Jordan brand, obviously, Coca-Cola. Just all of our partners at JGR. They've just done a great job of building us fast cars.
Fans are missing, but someone else is missing here too, Denny. Have a look. Your family can't travel with you to the racetrack. But what do you say to your girls watching at home?
Hey, girls. Love y'all. See you when I get home.
Hi. Congrats, Daddy. Now you have to put me on the 4-wheeler tomorrow. Better wake up early in the morning.
Any excuse to stay up for them, they're going to do it. So, see y'all. See Taylor. See Molly.
It's a good excuse now. Nice to see the girls back at home watching Daddy right here in Victory Lane. His 5th win of the season for Denny Hamlin.
And it's fun. She's all smiles, his daughter Taylor there, because she came in when they were iRacing in one of the races and accidentally turned his screen off while she was racing. And Denny's like, wait a second, I was leading. What happened? What's going on?
You shut the screen off on him.
It's fun to see the kids be able to celebrate with Dad.
Yeah, that's one of the most special things about winning is being able to celebrate with your family, your team. And in this era, you just can't do it. It's just, you know, it's just the way it is right now. So see those kids while you're in victory lane just means the world.
Yeah, Denny led 150 laps, led more than 150 laps here last year, led the most tonight.
Waving back to Molly there. All right, let's go to Parker.
Brad Keselowski finishes 2nd, just comes up short getting there to Denny Hamlin. What more do you need to go up there and pass at 11?
We were pretty equal. He had 2 tires, I had 4 tires, but he was just really strong on the restarts. He and the Gibbs cars could pull everybody by about a car length on the restarts, and they did a great job there taking advantage of it, and we weren't able to do anything with that. So thought, you know, even on the racetrack, but just a little bit behind on the restarts, Parker.
What about these 1.5 mile tracks that we've seen you have a lot of speed at this year? I know that was a big point, a big goal for you guys this year. You showed a lot of speed. Is that continuing tonight?
Yeah, today was a really good day, or tonight was a really good night for us here in Kansas with the Wabash Ford Mustang. This is as good as we've been on the 1.5 miles, so we've been really consistent. Last week was not our best at Texas, but this is good. Nice midweek race. Leading stages, leading laps, winning stages, just one spot short of the win.
A lot of positivity for this 2-car.
So falling just a little bit short. But Steve, I think we're seeing now with the 11 team, here's a team that was good before the break for the pandemic, and now they've continued that success after. Are they definitely the leaders in the championship run?
Well, I think they have to be, and shame on us perhaps for not talking about the 11 and the 4 more during the race. They just weren't there, and what they proved is they have such great communication between Chris Gabehart and Denny Hamlin to increase the speed of that 11 Toyota throughout the day. We knew the sun was going to go down. We knew the track was going to change. Kevin Harvick had it. He had the lead, had the clean air. That has been dominant in most of these races, but Denny Hamlin proved that if your car is driving well enough, you can go up there and take the lead in the closing laps.
Great racing here at Kansas, too, guys. It wasn't strategy. It was just a driver wanting it and getting after it, but we saw it all throughout the track, Jeff.
Yeah, what a good night of racing. A lot of passing, a lot of things going on, real aggressive restarts, and some guys that stood out to me. Tyler Reddick had a good night. Byron had a good night. Eric Jones had a good night. Tonight could be huge for those guys trying to make themselves into the playoffs.
Yeah, that playoff battle around the bubble is just really impressive. Looking at the, how these guys were before the race and then after the race. There you see it. Jimmy Johnson, probably one of the biggest losers there, 18 behind leaving Kansas. Tyler Reddick still in the battle. Eric Jones making up so much ground over the last 3 races. William Byron with a 10th place finish tonight stays alive. Matthew DiBenedetto sliding back into this conversation with a rough night tonight. That bubble battle is going to be fun to watch as we move forward.
It was one of the veterans and a regular in Victory Lane who gets back to Victory Lane after 2 weeks of surprise winners when we had Cole Custer and Austin Dillon get the last 2 victories, and now it's back to the 11 and Denny Hamlin finding Victory Lane. It's time now to get it to Krista, Kyle, and DJ.
Denny Hamlin does it again, the 42nd win of his career. You heard him say the 3rd at Kansas, the 5th this season. And with Kyle Petty and Dale Jarrett, they are in the studio, just on the other side of the wall here at our studios in NBC. Your thoughts? I mean, it seemed like Harvick and Hamlin, the Harvick and Hamlin show was sort of back in those closing laps, Kyle.
Yeah, well, it seemed that way. It was obviously Hamlin and Ford as we get down to it, because obviously he had to get around Harvick, and then we saw the 2 of Brad Keselowski make a charge there for about the last, from lap 10 to a lap 4 or 5 to go, and then he just took control of it and pulled away a little bit.
Yeah, if you'll remember back to the pre-race show, Dale Jr. said you were going to need to be able to move around this racetrack to win this race, and that's exactly what Denny Hamlin was able to do, and Kevin Harvick wasn't able to do that with his Ford just around the bottom. So credit Denny Hamlin for understanding what he needed to do and how to get it done, getting that 5th win of the season.
And you see Denny Hamlin there. I mean, Victory Lane looks a lot stranger in these times we're in, but he's enjoying the celebration. We're going to hear more from the racetrack, a lot more driver interviews coming up here on the Post-Race Show. Welcome into the NASCAR America Post-Race Show here on NBCSN. Coming after the race here at Kansas Speedway. So the names in yellow don't change. We do not have another first-time winner. Denny Hamlin now jumps up to 5 wins on the season. We're going to be talking a lot about what's happening there 15th, 16th, and further back in the playoff standings. Let's hear, though, from another player in the mix tonight. Parker Kligerman caught up with 3rd place Martin Truex Jr.
Martin Truex was coming really fast at the end of that race in 3rd place. It looked like you had a speed advantage on the front, too. You just ran out of time. If you had more time, you think you could pass him?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it just depends on how much time I would have had and whether I could make the pass. I don't know. I mean, it's, it's difficult. 11 was running the top, so it was going to be hard to pass him, but we were able to do it on the bottom earlier. So just ran out of time. Auto Owners Camry was really strong all night, and it's like every time we get the lead, we'd have a short run, and the guys with 2 tires, and we're like, oh, my God. So it was a battle all night just to get the track position back. And these things are so difficult in traffic. You just, you lose a few more spots than you hope on a restart, and you just got to dig. So proud of the effort. Our cars are fast. The guys are doing a good job, and, that's what we need to be doing. So we'll keep digging, and we got some wins coming.
And you mentioned it. It's what you guys need to be doing, but you guys have really up and down results here over the last couple of weeks. Is it just circumstance, or you feel like the speed is there every week, or is it some things you guys need to clean up?
Well, I mean, we got destroyed on the straightaway last week, so, we had a top 3 car again there at Texas, and, Kentucky, I thought we had a 1, and a guy come out of nowhere in the last lap, so Bristol, I kind of write that one off. The All-Star race, we were way off and had to start in the back. But, you know, I feel like our cars are fast, like I said, and our guys are doing a good job. And pit crew's solid. And, you know, just cautions didn't fall the way we needed it to tonight. We needed everybody to be taking 4. And, you know, we could have controlled the race from there, I think.
19's got the speed. Just need to come their way.
A 6th place finish tonight for Aric Almirola, and now he extends his top 10 streak to 8 straight races, Aric. Can you be content with that, or are you eager to push a little bit more and be able to get to victory lane?
Yeah, I'm pretty eager to get a W. Man, this race team's been doing a great job. We've been running really good, and, you know, a long time ago, I would have gave anything to just run top 10 every week and you know, run like we've been running. But when you start tasting victory and you run up front and you race around those guys, you want to seal the deal and go to victory lane. But tonight we were just a little bit off. We didn't have as good of a car compared to the field as we have the last several weeks. So proud of my guys. You know, we just keep chipping away at it. We keep building up that points buffer to the cutoff, which is nice, but now we're ready to go get a W and get some bonus points for the playoffs. So I think we're capable. We've got a really good race team. So proud of everybody, Smithfield, Ford, Mobil 1, everybody that supports this program, everybody back at Stewart-Haas Racing. Finally, we'll get to catch our breath for about 3 or 4 days here and get ready to go to Loudon.
Yeah, after 4 races in 12 days, everyone eager for a little bit of a break. Thank you, Aric.
Thank you.
Kevin Harvick was leading there late off an awesome set of restarts there. Got the lead, just couldn't hold those guys off. What do you need in that Ford car to maybe hold them off?
Yeah, we didn't have a very good night with our Busch Light Apple Ford Mustang. It was just, it wouldn't turn into corners and was dead sideways on the exit of the corner, and I was able to have a couple good restarts there. We got to the lead, but we just went dead sideways there after about 4 or 5 laps, and so we were just holding on and hoping for another restart because we could run for a couple laps, but that was about it.
Kevin, I think this is the 6th top 5 in a row for this team, basically. It's incredible the tear you guys are on. How are you doing this with no practice? There's no way to prepare in that sense and to have such excellent runs week after week on different tracks.
Well, I think a lot of that just goes to our team. Our pit crew did a great job tonight of keeping us in the game. They were making adjustments to the car and gaining spots, you know, for the most part on pit road. And so we stay in there and dig all night. We try not to make any mistakes when our car's not right, like it hasn't been, you know, every once in a while, and we just stay in there and keep fighting and hope for good restarts and good pit stops, and in the end you're around the front and have a good night.
It's a team effort, this entire Ford car that just seemed to be firing on all cylinders right now. All right, we're done.
Yeah, Parker mentioned the 6 top 5s. By the way, Kevin has to get to 8 to match his own streak of consecutive top 5s they set back into the 2014-15 era. So, Dale, listening to those guys, I mean, jump in on whoever you want, but I know Aric Almirola was someone that we talked about in the pre-race. He said just a little off, but also that perspective, talking about, man, there was a time when he would have just wished to be finished in top 10s, top 5s. Now it's just not enough.
Yeah, it's not, and it's so difficult to win these races, and we talk about the laps that he's led, how good a job he is doing inside the car, and as much as I think he wants to win, my advice to him right now is continue to build on what you have right now. Save those wins for the playoffs. They mean a lot more when you get into the playoffs, and that'll move you into the next round. But they continue to work and proceed at a high level here, and that the performance is really outstanding. Their pit crew does a good job. They bring good cars every week, and it's fun to watch Aric. It's nice to see somebody that's worked hard in this sport to get to where they are, be able to get to a point like this to where he's a little disappointed just in running inside the top 5 and top 10. Kevin Harvick, on the other hand, drove a sideways car to 4th place, so that's hard to beat.
Yeah, 3 really good interviews on 3 drivers that felt like they had a shot at winning the race at different points in time. Talk about Truex, he thought he had a shot at winning the last 2 or 3 races, which speaks volume because we've not talked about him having that opportunity that often sometimes. But you look at Kevin, we look at the Fords a little bit, they seem to be a little bit more trimmed out. They could go for 2 or 3 laps, but those long runs, the Toyotas of Truex, the Toyotas of Hamlin kind of came back and got him. You mentioned Kevin Harvick driving a sideways car. These guys, he and Rodney Childers, keep their head down. They dig, they dig, they dig, and they keep ticking off these top 5, top 10 finishes, and Aric Almirola should take solace in that. That's his teammate doing that. The W's will come, but that team is doing a solid job, both of them. Stewart-Haas Racing is doing a solid job of putting them in position to make it to that final race.
Okay, talk about Aric Almirola. How about the other Eric? Erik Jones is that player in that sort of top 5, really up front tonight that maybe gained the most. Parker Kligerman also caught up with him.
Erik Jones came into this race 51 points out of the playoffs, had a lot of work to do. You're going to leave with a 5th place finish and 12 points out. That's a huge gain.
Yeah, I mean, it's what we needed. We needed a really good points day, and we got one. It seems like we've kind of been in this spot the last 2 years, unfortunately, and you know, it feels good to climb out of it. The research camera is really good. We just, you know, we started really deep and just never could quite get up to the front and get some clean air, but yeah, I kind of made a mistake on the last restart. I was trying to push too hard to get to the outside and gave up some ground there on those guys and had to make some back up. But, you know, good effort. Picker did good, team did good, and it's a good car. So you just got to keep doing that and keep racking these points up and, you know, hopefully get a win.
With how crazy these restarts were here tonight, and we see this often is Mile and a Half, when you're racing for points, the situation you're in, how nerve-wracking is it? How hard is it to make moves to the outside and go 3 wide, but know you could be giving up way too many points if you get in a wreck?
Well, yeah, me and Chris had that kind of talk this week, and, you know, just saying need to be a little bit more aggressive on restarts. And, you know, it's there. You can make those moves, but they're risky. You know, it comes with risk and getting in wrecks, and we saw a few of those tonight, big wrecks. So it's I don't know, aggressively patient, I guess. You got to take them as they come, but definitely got to make the big moves to try to get the spots because they're hard to get as the run goes and we get strung out. So I thought we made a few good restarts, had a few bad restarts, probably evened out nonetheless, but a good day.
Erik Jones of this 20 team just trying to balance that aggression to get in the playoffs.
Yeah, big night for Erik Jones, that 20 team for Joe Gibbs Racing. So if Jones is up, who fell out? The playoffs are less than 2 months away. Tickets are running out. We'll discuss that next. Saturday on NBCSN, the Xfinity Series takes their turn on the Mile and a Half at Kansas Speedway. Coverage begins at 5 p.m. Eastern here on NBCSN. And as we start to close out our coverage here tonight, the bubble standings, I mean, Kyle, check this out. Entering Kansas and after Kansas, quite a change for a lot of these drivers.
Yeah, I think we saw Matt DiBenedetto. We saw Jimmie Johnson, those guys getting an accident. Jimmie Johnson has been in free fall. Since Indianapolis, since he missed the Indy race because of the virus, he has just been in free fall. They've got to stop that at some point in time, but Tyler Reddick capitalizes on it. I think we see Erik Jones capitalize on it. We saw a couple of guys have solid days today that picked up positions and picked up points that are going to be crucial over the next 6 to 7 races.
Yeah, and as we look at this and you think about it, and we're going to do a lot of talking about it over the next 7 weeks leading into the playoffs, but you can't just look at 16th spot because of how crazy this has been and some of these tracks that we have coming up. You just think about it. We've got a road course at Daytona they've never, ever run, and then the final race of the playoffs is Daytona at a plate race that anything can happen and anybody can win. So you really need to be looking up to 15th and maybe even 14th as to where you need to be if you think you're going to be in the playoffs.
And there you see, I mean, nothing is in a normal rhythm, Kyle, right now. These places, these dates at this point in the calendar, I mean, everything is just sort of up in the air.
Oh, yeah. Racing on Thursday is a normal rhythm. No, nothing is in a normal rhythm anymore. We see 2 guys jump over everybody, get in from wins, and then a shake-up at the bubble position this week. It's going to continue.
Yes, it will. Of course, we next Cup Series race, New Hampshire, before the playoffs. They're getting close. Cup drivers, though, finally get to take a breath after 4 races in a 12-day stretch. Tonight in Kansas, well, after that stage 1, we thought maybe this would be Kyle Busch's night. Maybe he would finally get a win in the 2020 season. Nope, not yet. A lot of drivers leading a lot of laps, a lot of players in the mix. But at the end, it was Denny Hamlin's night, a Thursday night under the lights, a midweek special in the Midwest. Denny Hamlin ups his win total for the 2020 season to 5. It fills up a hand. How many will he